Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate, you're here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Heidi ho, partner.
Hello.
You notice I always put you up first.
I was ready. I was about to take a bite of my yogurt, and I was like, "Oh, you better not."
Surprise!
You're going to be up
We're
first.
back.
Be scared.
What's that thing that Mel Gibson says in Lethal Weapon? And he's talking to Gary Glover, and he's like, "We're back. I'm mad. He's black. I'm rubber. I can't remember."
I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen those.
Correct.
Long time. Oh,
Hello, mister. Yeah. Of course. Now I've started. You're right. You're just out of screen. How are we all for this fine, what is it, Wednesday? Clumsy? That's your bum on my bloody microphone. Go on. Lordy be.
They're good at that.
Yeah. I filled up your treat bowl. Go on, Kit. Is it sunny over there? Because I've got a full moon right here.
I was going to say, it's not really up yet, but it's getting there.
Oh, a nice hat, Jody. Wonder woman's hair looks. She always looks fabulous. Yes, I have one. I go to Thailand every year, and I have one in every color, every outfit. I'm not OCD. Actually, it's undiagnosed ADHD. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Hi, Christine.
Sun's up over here. Oh, are you sure? You sure it's the sun?
Yeah. I don't know. I can only see a tree.
I was playing trivia with Gabby yesterday on Grandma's thingo, and I think she played till about 11:30 at night. I think she beat me too.
I should have. I didn't see it till it was too late, but my husband is really good at like Greek mythology that she was doing the other day. Like, dang it, I should have introduced him to Grandma's house that night.
Speaking of grandmas, after our trivia, had a little chat with Grandma on Discord, and we're doing an adults only live stream on Saturday night, discussing Heather.
Discussing what? Oh, no, Heather. Got it. Yep.
Yes, and the 13 other personas. So that should be fun. 10 o'clock your time, 10 p.m. Saturday night, Eastern Standard Time.
I will be asleep.
It's going to be a hoot.
I will watch on replay.
Yeah, not a problem.
I will probably be asleep. Maybe. I never know these days.
Yes, you've had a bit of a tough time, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Me and my recliner are best friends.
How's that? For a lead-in.
Oh, yes. Gabby. Well, I will be up. Of course you will be, Gabby, because...
Absolutely. I expect you to be.
I
haven't had any updates on Ty. Oh, apart from the fact that his hearing has been cancelled, and they've now got another hearing scheduled, I think, for the 12th or 13th of October, which is on the court.
Uh-oh. Am I still
Did
there?
you hear that?
Yeah, I do hear that.
that was on the Monroe County Clerk's court documents, but that's all I know. That's it. So anyway, we are doing a different trial today. We are doing a nasty one. I was saying to AJ before, if there was a match made in purgatory, it would be this gentleman and Taylor Shabusiness minus the bucket, basically. That's about it.
No, he needs the bucket. He needs to go.
Well,
in
he
the
used the
bucket.
freezer instead.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anywho.
Yoo-hoo. So, all right. This basically, this trial was covered by our law and crime trials, not the major law and crime network feed. So it was one of their smaller subsidiary channels that they have. So it's limited in its availability. So there's no opening statements. So we go straight into witness testimony. But what I'm planning on doing is I've picked out the pivotal information and witnesses and details, and we'll be presenting that today. And then we will have, because this is actually still on trial at the moment. So then we will finish off today, and then tomorrow we'll have the second half, and that will finish up pretty much the trial, because I've deemed we don't need any more information than that. I made a decision.
Did you look? I didn't even think about this until just now on the local.
Morning, Regina.
Hey, Regina.
Sorry,
good
the
morning.
local.
It's okay. The local TV station in Tennessee that's broadcasting this, did they have opening statements?
It's WBC, I think it was, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I just now thought about it.
Well, I thought I remembered watching them. So, no, I didn't double check, but it's not.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's not something that you can't pick up very quickly anyway, trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, you pretty much just need one witness testimony. So this is about Sean Finnegan, who is 57 years old at this stage. Perhaps Jody, get to your notes. Now, he grew up in Florida. He's the second eldest of 6 children, and his father was very, very abusive, apparently, allegedly. So they grew up in Florida, and when he became an adult, he moved into a house, and he shared it with his elderly mother, who had left the violent father, basically. So he shared a house with her. He was working as a cook, and he worked nights. So he worked pretty much 5 to 7 days a week, pretty much. He met Rebecca Dishman, who is pretty much half of his age. And whilst she's an adult, she's a very naive, she comes across as a naive, insecure adult. And it's almost like she's been looking for someone to just love and nurture her, and she'll grab a hold of anything that she can in the meantime. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't understand what that real relationship bond thing is. So I think she met him in her early 20s, and she'd already been engaged 3 or 4 times by this point.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
So just anyone.
Yeah, no. So she's basically, found this man who's like looking after her, and she's got the house, and she's not working. He's working. He's supporting her. And all she has to do is, all she has to do.
Is him?
He had alternative ideas of what was required in the boudoir. Yeah,
Okay.
involved dog collars, chains,
That is
toys.
Taylor's business because that's how
Yeah,
Thad's business ended was with
defecating.
the dog collar. Gross.
Yes, yes, yes. Um,
Ha ha. Gabby. Dang it.
that's what she said. I just got the shabiznash. Yes. So anyway, she moves in with him and his mother, and
Oh, his
they,
mom. Oh, good.
well, she
I'm
was in
I'm glad mom's
the back
there.
bedroom, elderly, frail,
Oh, good.
and supposed to be helping care for her during the day whilst he's at work. And meanwhile participating in all these deviant, nasty stuff. Even the defense attorneys, like, I know this is disgusting, and you've had to listen to some horrid stuff, and one of them even said, you have to hold your nose. Well,
He
anywho,
he looks, most of the time they look crazy in their mugshots and they look
oh,
more
he looks
normal in court, but he looks crazy in
cray.
court and looks normal in his mugshot.
He doesn't
He
even blink. He
Yeah, he's
doesn't
just
blink.
like wide-eyed all the time
Yeah,
every time I see him.
we should count how many times we actually see him blink the whole time, because I don't think I have. It's like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to say, "Don't you say anything. I'm staring at,"
Yes,
like
yes. And when he talks, it's like his voice doesn't belong to him. It's so out of what I expected it to be.
I haven't heard him. I haven't heard him
Yeah.
speak. I've
No, he
just
doesn't speak until the second part. Anyway,
his wide-eyed stare is
yeah,
enough for me to just be like, "Okay, I don't wanna let him going on. I don't wanna
absolutely.
look at you."
So it wasn't unusual for them to entertain a third party in the boudoir as well. And often that would it come in the form of Sean bringing an adult worker home with him from work. Yeah, that was said well. And pertaining in more than a duo.
I don't know how you
Okay.
have that conversation.
Yeah.
Would you
Oh,
like to come
that's
home and
easy.
join me and my wife?
Yeah. Yeah.
For what? Well, not dinner, not
Yeah.
dessert,
Not a duo.
not a movie.
Mm-mm. Nope. Yep. Franks and beans. He wanted a Sean
Oh,
sandwich.
yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of sandwiches, where's Brian been?
I know. I sent him the link, but he had a massive week last week, and
Okay.
was working nights as well. And he said he actually looked forward to having the weekend of just working and not having to do anything else. That was relaxing to him. So
Wow. Okay.
he was
As
actually
long as
doing his
he's okay.
laundry last night when he was in chat. So yes, getting back to the non-duo, the third party. Anyway, one day he brings home a third party night worker called Jennifer Paxton. Only a young woman, apparently a troubled young woman who unfortunately resorted to exchanging bodily fluids and illegal substances for somewhere to stay, pretty much. I don't know how else to put that.
All right.
And
Room
be
and board.
politically correct. Correct. Yes. Yes. So she comes home with Sean. They partake in their activities, and then apparently she's cooking breakfast, and Sean pipes up to Rebecca, how about we kidnap her? And ensues then to chain her to the bed, and it goes all pear-shaped from there pretty much. So yeah. So we go straight into Rebecca Rebecca Dishman's testimony, which is very detailed. Okay, so graphic warning. You may want to close your eyes and block your ears at sometimes. Okay, some things, there's not any pictures or anything like that. It's very well explained though. And I have boosted it because she talks very, very quietly and very meek and mild. And I'll put closed captions on too.
So was there any
Okay.
DV involved in that relationship? If she's that,
Yeah, it's almost like the opposite end of the Ashley Benefield. He was controlling in every way, physically and emotionally. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it all gets explained. What did you say, Jodie?
when you were talking, that she was talking so soft.
Oh, oh, Gabby, I've missed you. Missed you. It's like I've won the staring contest. All right. Now, I believe she being Rebecca Dishman has already gone to trial, and part of her agreement was testifying against him. And I'm not sure what her actual what her outcome was, to be honest. So I might look that up whilst we're watching. So let's jump straight into this lovely, lovely, juicy testimony. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, share your screen, Jodie.
It's been a morning already.
I had this all set up and then had to, when I jumped out before I lost it all. All good. Okay.
Therapist, says life plus 50 for her.
Oh, hello, therapist. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was a long time, but I wasn't
Good.
100% sure on those details. Thank you very much for letting us know. I knew the first bit, I didn't know the rest. Righto. This is our Bachelor of the Century. Ready
Yeah.
to go. Mm-hmm.
Looks like all our jurors have returned. I need to tell you, I got chastised
Let me know
by
if you
several
can
people
hear
for
me
naming the
properly.
restaurants y'all were
This
going
properly.
to. So I will not do that again. And then I also heard that I made the mistake that they didn't have milkshakes today. So that's my bad too.
I love this judge.
So hopefully that will be remedied when they in the future.
Didn't
Now
have milkshakes.
we are going
Yeah.
under. So y'all ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Mark.
Okay.
Second call, Rebecca Dishman.
You got him You might want to
I've
slow
got it
this
on
down.
1.25 only because you'll see why. I'll put it
Okay.
back to normal, but when she gets on,
Okay, great. And while she's coming in, ladies and gentlemen, anytime anybody has any problem hearing, or remember I told you about a break or anything, just raise your hand. If you have a hearing problem, just point to your ear,
Well,
and I'll know, because I
thank
have kind of a
you.
hearing issue too. So I want to make sure everybody hears
And
that.
welcome.
She's pretty. You're the therapist, She's pretty. I like her profile picture.
Ah, love your hair.
Yeah. Very pretty. Hey, sir, blink if you're crazy. I mean, don't blink if
Yeah,
you're crazy.
Yeah. Has he blinked yet? Nope.
No.
Nope. 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 One.
Oh, there's one. That was a big one too.
It was. I think he stifled a yawn there too. No, not a blink. A look down. That 2, 3.
Okay. That's it for the day.
4, 5. I wonder if he has shares in Visine. 6.
Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please.
Just being honest.
That's what we are here.
All the way around here, please.
Come on, L.
If you'll
This is Bachelorette of the Year.
Well, hopefully she has a good cellmate or a cellie.
Yeah. Well,
Oh no.
There won't be any surprises.
Probably needs to be
She
a
won't be
little bit louder
shocked by
than
any
that.
requests, will
Okay,
she?
so go tell me your first name and last name and spelling
Grief.
both.
She makes me
Rebecca
all nervous.
Dishman, REBECCADISHMAN.
Very good. And like I said, if you can keep speaking up, that will help. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Rebecca, are you a little nervous today?
Yes.
Are you excited to testify?
Yes, I've waited for this moment for 4 years.
But still feeling a little nervous, a little adrenaline.
Yes.
Talked to you before. If you need me to repeat a question, if you need anyone to repeat a question, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Can you tell us when you were born?
April 30th, 1998.
So how old are you today?
I'm 26.
Wow.
Can you tell me about where you grew up?
I grew up in Maryville, Tennessee.
Who did you live with growing up?
I grew up with my parents.
And are they still with us?
No, they passed away when I was 18.
Do you remember what year that was?
2016.
So is that also about the year you finished high school?
I was a senior.
Oh.
I was in the process of graduating.
So who did you live with when your parents passed?
I lived with my fiance at the time.
How long did you stay there?
A couple years.
Did you ever get married to him?
No.
So what happened that you no longer lived there after 2 years?
My aunt and uncle, Bobby Brown and Carol Brown, took me in.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. But do you recall how long you lived there with, you said Bobby Brown and Carol Brown?
Maybe a year, not for sure.
So you stayed with them for about a year. Did you leave voluntarily?
They kind of just washed their hands of me. They got tired of me.
Do you know why that was?
Because I was with another fiance and had decided to move in with him, and they weren't
Do you want me to speed it
happy.
up to 1.25?
How many fiancés have you had?
Oh, that's up
I've
to you.
been engaged 5 times, but I've
Holy
lived with
cow.
the 3 of them.
Okay.
Wow.
So when you left Bobby and Carol Brown, you said you went and moved with another fiance and they washed their hands of you.
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I believe it was a year or so.
And how did that turn out? Did you marry that person?
No,
Did you stay living with them?
no, they moved.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
I ended up staying with my best friend, Tabitha Sparks, and she ended up kicking me out as well.
So where to from there?
I moved back in with Crystal Mays, which is the mother of Austin, my first fiance.
And did you stay living there for a while?
Yes, until they kicked me back out.
Okay. So what was the next place?
Rick and Jenny Fry. I've known them since I was.
Could you say that again and speak up? I think the court reporter was having.
What have we got here?
Thank you, Gabby.
Gabby.
Thank you, Gabby.
Super sticker, super mod. That's what Grandma was calling her last night.
She is a super mod.
Super mod. As only Grandma can say. Yes, at some point, Regina, I think you've got to say, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody kicks you out. What is wrong? What's happening? Is it illegal stuff? Are you doing stuff you should? I mean, what? Are you not clean? Are you not?
I don't know.
Are you? What's happening?
Yeah,
That everyone is washing their hands of you.
Yeah, I would guess maybe not picking up after herself and not carrying her weight, perhaps, because she wasn't working.
I'm
Good
not
bad
calling,
yeah.
I'm not calling her stupid by any means. she doesn't seem very intelligent.
No, that's what I said. She comes across as a very naive and insecure and not worldly experienced. Yeah?
Yes. Very
Not life
sheltered,
experienced.
just
Yes.
I wonder, and very traumatized. Losing your parents when you're getting ready to graduate high
Absolutely.
school, I cannot
Yeah.
imagine.
No. No. So she was just looking for someone to cling on to, I think, and clung to the wrong people, which is pretty sad.
Yeah.
All right.
Trouble
Rick
hearing
and
you.
Jenny Fry.
Me?
One more time.
Sorry.
No, that was
Rick
the
and Jenny
Oh.
that was
Fry.
the lawyer.
Okay, thank you. And did you stay there for a significant amount of time?
Yes.
When did you leave that location?
I believe it
Hello,
was
Carmen.
August,
Good night,
September
Carmen. Go get some sleep.
2019.
And what happened that
You
made you
really
leave
want to
there?
watch this.
I had met
Yeah,
Sean on Facebook and
She
decided
just
to
got
move
off
in
work,
with
so
him
she's
2 weeks
going
going to go to
after
bed.
meeting him. He
Okay.
convinced me.
What was that last part?
He convinced me to move in with him.
Okay. So you say you met him on Facebook
Mhm.
and moved in with him about 2 weeks later. Am I hearing that correctly? Again, sorry, it is. Make sure you speak into the mic. Could you tell us about that interaction, about meeting him on Facebook and what happened in that 2-week period?
Our relationship was kind of fast, and within the 2 weeks, I decided to move in because the people that I was staying with.
Hey,
Oh no. Spinny
no.
wheel.
I've got an Ethernet cable connection. That shit
I
doesn't
felt
happen.
like I
It
was
was
scared
like-
that they would end up kicking me out, and
Just trying
I
to keep up with her.
was hoping
Yeah.
that things would work out better.
So how did you feel about trying to move in with Sean?
At the beginning, I felt, comfort and safe.
Okay. Now you said that he had convinced you to move in. Could you tell us about that, please?
Like the first text that I recall is he was telling me that he wanted me to move in with him, that he wanted me to live with him and be his girl.
And did you like that idea?
Yes.
So after about 2 weeks, how did you get to his place to move in?
I had basically told Rick and Jenny that I was leaving. I packed my stuff, and he came to get me, and I moved in with him.
So what were things like when you moved in?
The first couple weeks were okay, and I went to go take a shower, and that was our first argument. He pushed me, and I ended up cutting my leg pretty bad, and that led to my first punishment.
Okay. Now, when you met him on Facebook, and of course, when he came, was it he who came and picked you up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know how old he was?
No.
Did you ever
That's right. She met him through Facebook app or dating app on Facebook or something like that.
have a conversation about how old he was?
He had told me that he was in his 40s at the time.
Okay. Did you know anything about his background or what he did for a living?
Not really. I just knew that he worked at the bar,
Okay. Did you know what bar it was he worked at?
the Pint House in Knoxville.
Okay. And when did he usually work?
Like mornings, I think, like anywhere from 5 to 5 the next day.
So when you say mornings, like he would come home in the morning?
Mhm.
So 5 to 5 the next day would be like 5 p.m.
To 5
and then
a.m.
5 a.m. Okay. Now, who else lived at that house with you?
His mother at the time.
Did you notice anything about her physical condition or shape?
He had told me that she was on hospice and her health was bad.
Okay. Is that something that having seen her, sounded accurate to you?
She had her good and bad days.
Okay. So when he was at work, who was there at the house when he had those overnights?
Myself and Francis.
Okay. Could you sort of describe what the
Hello,
house
Edith.
or this apartment? It was a cooperative side. It kind of looks like a house. There are
Really?
multiple units. Is that right?
Mm,
Like multiple. You have neighbors who have one unit. You have
I
a
suppose in
unit,
comparison.
Yes.
like an apartment.
Jody.
Can you describe just what the house looks like, the apartment you're in looked like?
There was 2 levels and a laundry room, and the apartments were separated by a driveway.
Okay. So what was in the downstairs level?
The kitchen, living room area, and upstairs was the bedroom area and bathroom area.
Okay. So did his mom have a bedroom there that was hers?
Yes.
And where did you stay?
I stayed with Sean in his bedroom.
In his bedroom. Okay. So there's 2 bedrooms.
Yes.
Bathroom also upstairs.
Just upstairs.
Okay. What was your relationship like with his mother?
I mean, we had our ups and downs. She had her good days and bad days. I didn't really have a good or bad relationship, somewhat neutral with her.
I think
So during the
that's
day, you weren't hanging.
an excellent word to describe her personality. Neutral. Dynamic. Yeah.
She's just here.
Yes. Yes. Just existing. Yeah.
She's just here. She's just trying to get through every day. She
Mhm.
doesn't have, what's her purpose? Where's you going? What's your goals? Like, there isn't any.
No. Kind of a bit like me at the moment. If it wasn't for YouTube. You like this? Dribble down the side. And cat here, cat there. All right, get on with it, Jody.
She could be the
hanging
most
out
boring
with Miss
creamsicle
Francis. Is that her
commercial.
name?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to any neighbors?
Yes. Mahogany Peak.
Okay. And where did Mahogany live in relation to where you stayed there with Mr. Finnegan?
She lived across from us in the other apartment complex.
So if you go out your front door, they live in front of you, or if you go out your back door, they live behind you?
Oh, the back
The
door.
front door.
Back door, Gabby.
So what were you doing at the time? You said he was working at the Pine House. What did you do?
I stayed at home and I was a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere before you moved in with him?
Yes, but I lost my jobs.
Could you repeat that, please?
I lost my jobs.
No
That you
idea.
lost your job?
Yes.
Where had you been working?
I worked for 2 years as a CNA at Kindred in Maryville.
It's the new black.
Five Guys, I was a cashier, and then at Huddle House, I was a waitress.
And
Lord, could you imagine her waiting
you were
on you?
let go from each of those jobs?
Yes, all of them.
Would you like fries with that?
I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah.
So if I could draw your attention back to something you said a little while ago, you talked about the first time that you got in a fight with him, or
Yes.
I think you said he shoved you.
Yes.
Could you give us some more detail about when that was, what happened?
When that was.
I had asked to borrow his phone to be on Facebook, and one of my exes texted, and it led to him getting angry and shoving me in the shower.
I mean, I don't,
Yes, that was
I'm not condoning it, but was it like a slow fight? Like,
Yeah. Like I went like this.
yeah, and he went like
Mhm.
this,
Yeah.
and then I fell like this.
Yay! Thank you, new subscriber therapist, you know. Woohoo!
Yay.
One down. 261 to go. So,
He looks well.
yeah.
I tried to.
He looks like that. Yes, absolutely.
I feel bad for her that her hair is thinning at 26.
Yep.
I hate that for her.
Yeah.
I think
I
it's
am.
probably stress and her lifestyle.
Right. If you could continue telling us about
And like the
that
prosecutor, huh?
that particular event.
She has good hair.
At those locks.
About
We were talking about that event where it's kind of hard to hear you. I think you said you had messaged someone on Facebook, or they had messaged you.
yes,
My
my ex had
fiance.
messaged me and was texting explicit messages, and it led to him getting angry with me and shoving me in the shower, which I cut my leg and fell.
Is that the only time something like that happened?
No.
Tell us about the next time you recall.
Later, when I got out of the shower,
Brian!
Yay! It's a birthday boy, isn't it?
There-
Hey, it's birthday week.
There you are. I made you a whole birthday thing on my stream the other day and I forgot to show it. Sorry.
You can share it, I think, still on here.
I've been a little
Yeah.
slow.
Right, sandwich. Imagine the two of them fighting. Yeah. His face never changing, her voice, pitch, and tempo never changing.
That's what I said. I wasn't trying to be
Yeah.
mean, but it's like,
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah. Are you saying that you're angry with me?
He sent me a text
And
a
he
month
was
ago.
really upset about it. You've come in at the right time, Bri.
It's like, I'm gonna slap. Oh,
Yeah.
boom.
Oh dear, we're awful. We're awful.
It's like, can we take a nap in between blows?
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, and it's not just women that it happens to, unfortunately. It's it's non-discriminatory. But I don't know how many times. Yeah. Well, apparently she is a cutter. Apparently.
Ew. Yeah, she's got issues.
Yes.
She has a lot of
absolutely.
issues.
Yeah.
You're doing
Well,
that.
hello, look at who she shacked up with, for crying out loud.
know.
If
I
that doesn't
know.
tell you she's got issues.
I wonder what the other ones look like.
Cool.
Were they
Ooh.
closer? I mean, at
Did
least
she upgrade?
like one was closer to her age in high school. Was he in high school with her? Oh,
Mm-mm. La 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 la. Oh, which one?
oh yeah, it did. It did.
Oh,
I
okay.
I can't do that one.
You're right. It's Bri, yes. And I'm going to need someone super, super, super special. Just FYI. Yes, some words.
Yeah. Sorry.
Um,
it's like it's
YouTube blocks.
flagged. It's flagged in my comment section.
I
Sorry.
tried to write a comment the other day saying, good job or something like that, and it wouldn't let me post it. Would not
I
let me
tried
post
to
it.
I tried to say me too. And it's like, no.
Yep.
Wait.
Yep.
I was like, wait, I thought that was a thing. A long time ago, before Amber Heard ruined it. I mean,
She's too nasty for this chat. This chat's nasty. We got some nasty chats. Woohoo! I've been called way worse, and I don't mind that one actually. It's got a nice ring to it. Nasty chat.
you'll have to save it for Saturday. You're to have to
Yes.
do
Oh,
my
told
yes.
me that
You want a
comments
nasty
then.
chat? Come on Saturday night. I don't know if you heard. Oh, you did know about that. Oh, you didn't know. Okay. After our trivia little competition, was it yesterday or this morning, I can't remember, with grammar, I had a chat with her on Discord, and we have organised a, what is it called? Adult phone worker tells all adult live stream.
Heather will be there.
Heather and her 13 personas
Oh,
will all be there. Now, this is a lady who is a creator, but we shall keep her fairly quiet, I suppose. She didn't want to be kept anonymous, but yeah, she also didn't want it streamed on her channels, so that's fine. So yes, she was an adult phone worker for many, many, many years, and developed 14 different personas that people would call up with different requests and fantasies and all sorts of stuff. And yes, she's telling all in an interview on Saturday night, right here, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So do join us. Should be fun.
and it worked for her. That's just the craziest thing. Like,
Yes. And then she became a YouTuber. And she yes. Have you got Discord channels, haven't you? You have?
I know he's in mine.
Miss Gabby, mod of the super mod, would you mind posting some Discords links, darling? I do declare.
I was reading Therapist, you know.
It's a good thing I don't say yes. No. Adults only and grandmothers.
Grandma
it
is
does not.
awesome.
She is awesome. And when I first met her, and she divulged this information, I was like gobsmacked because I could not put the two together. But
I think I was
she's got some
driving.
stories.
I was listening. I was
I had
driving.
tears
like,
running
did
down my face.
Did I just hear what I think I heard? I had to go back because I thought there's no way. There's no way.
I think I need to join Jodie's. Are you not? Are you, what? What? Oh dear. All right, shall we continue?
It was kind of spicy this morning.
Wow. What did we call it? Something chat. I've forgotten it already. I'll have to scroll back up now. Gee, where is it? It's going to annoy me until I find it. What did we call it before?
I don't remember. You just have an
She's
adults only live stream.
She's too something.
It's something. I thought
Kitty
something
cat?
with Heather.
Oh, I can't write it again. Who the heck? I can't find it. Anyway, let's go. Sorry, I digress.
That,
Okay.
you know, he wasn't happy
Nasty.
with me,
Nasty chat.
and there was consequences to that. Like, I had to have sex with him, and
Gabby.
he tied my hands to the bed and scratched me down my back and made me bleed.
Now, how would you consider the dynamic of your relationship? Who's in charge?
Sean.
And you had said you did something that made him unhappy.
Yes.
Oh,
And that there were consequences. He told you there were
Yes.
consequences. Was that a normal part of your relationship with Sean Finnegan?
I didn't know that it
Dwight.
would come to that extent. Like, I knew it would be kinky sex, but I didn't think it would be
the
violent
face.
as it was.
Okay, so
Oh, she says Kevin.
to rephrase that, you knew there was going to be kinky
Yeah.
sex,
Yes.
and you were
Yeah. I don't
Kevin.
consenting to that.
Kevin or Dwight. I see both.
Oh, sorry.
But I
Having
see-
a
I
different
think I see-
conversation.
I think I see Dwight.
I'm
I
not
think
that
his
familiar with the
glasses
office, so
and the lips, but I can see both.
it's just nasty. Nasty. We have a vote. Put up a poll. Put up a poll.
Right there, it's Dwight.
Nasty. Oh, you nasty
That's hilarious.
girl. Have you seen my stapler? I like lamp. It's not him, is it? Is it the same guy?
I'm not that one. I'm not familiar with.
Yeah. I can't think of his name.
That
Yes.
It's
you're
like
okay with that?
here.
Yes.
You're engaged with him and
Again.
an active participant
Yes.
in that. Is that correct? And so you said you didn't expect it to get as violent as it did.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
That's him.
He was a lot more
Oh, Steve Carell. Yeah.
aggressive than I thought he was gonna be. I wasn't expecting it to be as harsh as it was. The punishments and just the dynamic and power role, I guess you could say.
Okay. When you say you didn't expect it to be, as harsh or as aggressive, what kind of things would he do then as punishment?
Anywhere from putting me in a dog cage and urinating on me and climaxing, defecating on me, chaining me up with a dog chain, using box cutters on me, sodomizing me, using torch lighters on me.
Where's that stapler now?
Just very violent punishments.
And I understand this is probably hard to talk about. But when you say using these things on you, what do you mean he was using them for? What was he doing?
For his sexual gratification.
Okay. So you say he used chains on you.
Yes.
How specifically were they used on you?
It was wrapped around my neck with a padlock, and he made me walk on all fours and act like a dog.
Okay. And the same thing, he put you in the dog cage.
Yes.
Okay. You said he used a box cutter? Is that what you
Yes.
said? How did he
used
use
it
that?
on my inner thighs and cut.
All right. So he would use a box cutter and cut on your inner
someone opened the
thighs.
freezer.
And you also said something about a torch.
Yes.
What kind of torch?
No. Can't do that in here. Can't do that in
Oh, it
here.
wasn't all in one night, Bri.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What
Dang
kind
He
of
wanted to
torch?
clean up the mess. That's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah.
Who was the judge getting on to? Because he said you can't do that in here. You can't, like, he stopped it and said you can't do that in here.
Let's have a look. Well, hopefully they weren't trying
Your
to
inner
shoot
thighs.
us.
And you also said something about a torch.
Yes.
What kind of torch?
No, not at all.
Can't do that in here.
No, not even a little bit.
Can't do that in here.
Sorry, Edith.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know who.
What
was
kind of
yelling at.
torch?
A torch lighter.
Like a torch lighter?
Mhm.
Could you describe what that looks like? How is that different than like a cigarette lighter?
It's usually
Fighting off evil at every turn.
used for like lighting
Gabby, the
rails
answer is
and
J.
Okay.
other things like that.
J
And what
is
would
the
he do with
opposite
that?
Yes.
of L.
He made me
Did I miss the
perform
thing
oral
again?
sex on him,
Sorry. Do
and
you want me
he
to go
had
back?
his leg
No,
over
it's fine. I
my
heard it.
throat and
Oh.
was burning
What
my
was
shoulder.
it?
I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't because they didn't. They were looking at. He was looking at somebody in the courtroom. I don't know if it was that guy standing up. Like
Was an
Bryce
objection in the
said,
background, was
like
it?
he's cooking something in the courtroom. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if somebody was taking pictures.
Oh.
I don't know. He just stopped and said, "You can't do that in here." Maybe they're putting a chew in. I have no idea.
At the time.
Okay. What was your name for him? If you
I
referred
don't
to
know
him
who
as
that is.
Sean,
Uh-uh,
and did you refer to him as anything else?
I have to Google it.
At the time, I was his little girl, and I called him daddy.
Okay.
Did you hear that? That's going to have to be a J moment. Hang on. J. Oops. J. Ready? Boosting to 390. Go.
And he had his leg over my throat, and
Oh, piss off. Come on. How do you get the wheel of death with a cable directly connected?
was burning my shoulder at the time.
Okay. What was your name for him? If you
This bit.
referred to him as Sean, and did you refer to him as anything else?
At the time, I was his little girl, and I called him daddy.
Okay.
Ooh, I called him daddy. I know what's doing it. It's the sticker.
Did you love him?
Yes,
Do you still love him?
yes,
Ew. Really, girl?
hmm
Were these punishments he did and the things you described as harsh or aggressive, did those continue for your whole relationship?
yes. And they continue to get worse.
If I could draw your attention back to
What's RD? Please explain. What's RD? Am I too old and not getting it? I must be.
If you're too old, I'm too old.
Oh, okay.
Got it. We're just a little slow.
Yeah,
Not as slow as her,
absolutely.
but we are a little slow.
Yep. It was the ticker along the bottom with the graphic content warning. It doesn't, and I've doubled my RAM and everything, but yeah, it just does it when that's ticking along.
Huh, that's weird.
I'm gonna have to Google this Georgia Koppelman.
to like the winter, like around December of 2019. Do you recall anyone else coming in to the home?
Yes, Jennifer.
Could you tell us about what happened when Jennifer came in?
She came in, and I was putting the bed up, and I was confused because I didn't know the woman, and Sean later came in and introduced us together. She made breakfast and asked to take a shower, and once she went to go take a shower, Sean asked me, "Do you want to kidnap her?" And
How did you react to that?
I knew that I had no say so really in the matter, that he controlled the house, and anything I said, even if it was a no, that it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Do you know how Miss Paxton got to the house?
No, I'm assuming that he just,
Don't assume. Did she arrive the same time Sean arrived?
yes,
Okay. And this was a time he had gone to work and he came home?
yes.
Okay. So she's there, makes breakfast.
Touche.
Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
Takes a shower, and he's talking to you while she's in the shower. Is that right? Or was it before or after she got out of the shower that he made that statement about kidnapping her?
When she was in the shower,
Okay. So what happened when she got out of the shower?
she ate breakfast and we were talking, and after she ate breakfast, he like walked her over towards the back door and was showing her a baseball bat. And then he started hitting her over the head. And I went into shock, and he yelled at me to go upstairs because his mother was coming down for her medication.
So when this started, where were you when he's talking to her about the baseball bat?
I
That's
was
gross,
in front
Bri.
of the
hate that word.
fireplace in the middle of the living room.
Oh.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so you said they're closest to the back door,
Yes.
and Miss Finnegan is getting her medicine.
Yes.
Where was she?
She was upstairs, but she was in the process of coming down.
Okay. So at that point, he instructs you to intercept.
Yes.
So what do you do then?
I went upstairs and I told her to stay in the room because I didn't want her to see what was going on.
And did she do that? Do what you asked her to do at that point?
She fussed at me and went back to bed.
I think there might have been a eeyore in there somewhere too. Just quietly.
And what did you do?
Oops. Hold on.
By the time I got downstairs, they were fighting. Jennifer had the fire grate over her to protect her, and there was blood on the floor.
When you say the fire grate, you said you were saying my fireplace earlier. There's the thing in front of the fire place, or like the thing that logs would be in.
Yeah, I have my yogurt sitting right in front of me. You'd have
The thing that is in front of the fire.
Like the
eaten
screen.
it yet.
Corn chips.
So you say she's got that defending herself with it. Is she hitting him with it, or is she
She's
holding it
more
over her?
ASMR.
Was just defending herself with it, holding it to her body and head.
Was that effective defense?
No.
So what happened is when you arrived and you see that going on, what's going on next?
I was in shock and I approached slowly, and he told me to go into the kitchen and get the cleaning supplies.
And what did you do when you got the cleaning supplies?
He told me to clean up the blood, and he was disgrading her. He ripped her pants down and was screaming at her and said,
You need to speak up some more, a little louder, okay? A little closer to the microphone.
he said, "Why don't you shave?" And she started crying, and he just spat on her and was really aggressive towards her.
So she's there on the ground, it sounds like at this point.
Yes.
He's ripping that off. And you have cleaning supplies.
Yes.
What's going on at that point?
I was in shock, and he told me to clean up the blood around her, and I did so. And at one point, he told me to get on one side, and he got on the other, and both of us went up the stairs with her and walked her to his bedroom.
So are you each propping her up at this point, or are you just like
arm.
walking her and escorting her?
Escorting her.
Okay. So she's conscious at this
Yes.
point still. So you walk up the stairs. What happens when you get up there?
He locks the door and lays her on the floor on my side of the bed, and he makes her perform oral sex on her. And I'm forced to watch.
Okay. Could you repeat that? I think the court reporter was having a hard time hearing you.
He forced her to perform oral sex on him. and I was forced to watch.
And so forgive me for being very overt with this. You say he forced her to perform oral sex. Could you tell us where his penis is?
He put his penis in her mouth
Okay.
and ripped her clothes.
And she's in the floor next to the bed.
Yes.
Where are you?
I was crouched beside him.
And how long did that continue?
Until he got angry and pulled my shirt down and made me finish.
And what do you mean by he made you finish?
He wasn't satisfied with her and he made me perform oral on him.
So is that in the same way that you just described that he had Miss Paxton
Yes.
perform oral on him? And so he pulled your shirt down and had you do that.
Yes.
And you said he finished.
Yes.
And what happened at the conclusion?
He went downstairs to clean up the blood and told me to watch her to make sure she didn't leave the room.
Did he make any other statements
No.
about that point before going down? Okay. So he went down to clean up the blood better
Yes.
and then comes upstairs. You're in the room with her. What's going on while he's downstairs?
Brushing my teeth.
I'm thinking that he was cleaning up the blood.
Are you on the bed? Are you next to the bed?
I was standing next to the bed.
So about how long was he down there, if you recall?
No more than 5 minutes.
And what happens when he comes back up?
He grabs her and chains her to the side of his bed and tells me he has to leave for work and kisses me goodbye and leaves me there with her and tells me not to leave the house, to keep her there if anything happens, to take care of it. Like, keep her from yelling to hurt her.
Had she yelled out?
No.
Did she have any sort of vocal reaction in that first impact with the bat, or when she has the fire screen?
Yes, she was screaming.
Okay. So he leaves for work. She's
Yes.
chained to the bed. Where are the keys to the chain?
He took them to work with him.
And so he's at work all day and you're there,
Yes.
and she's still where?
Chained to the side of the bed.
Did you have any conversations with her in this period of time?
Yes, as I was feeding her and giving her drinks and letting her smoke, we talked a little bit.
Did you try to let her go?
At one point,
Tell us about that.
I took a knife, like a kitchen knife, and tried to pop the locks, and I cut the zip ties off, and it led to Sean getting angry with me.
Okay, so he's at work and you do this.
Yes.
When he comes home from work, where is everybody? Describe that scene for us.
Frances stayed in her room while all this was going on.
Okay.
You blame her? I didn't have much of a relationship with his mother. It was very neutral. Well, that's because she didn't come out of the room because you two are twisted.
So he comes back. Are you in the living room or are you in the bedroom with her when he gets home from work?
I believe I was in the bedroom at the time.
Okay. So he walks in and he sees this scene.
Yes.
Tell us about that reaction.
He was angry. He was like, why the fuck did you cut her zip ties? She could have grabbed anything and stabbed you or hurt you. She could have got free.
Was that all that
Could you imagine the things she heard? And did she ever like pull him up on it and say, "Hey, what's going on?" Or to her, "What do you think you're doing?" She's a victim herself, the mother. Apparently, the father or her husband, which was Sean's father, was extremely violent throughout their marriage and throughout Sean's childhood and adolescence. And so it's not like it's something that is new to her or that she hasn't experienced or seen or heard before. So I don't know, unless she's as adynamic as Rebecca is. Who knows?
Happened? Just that he yelled at you
Absolutely.
about it?
Yes.
And what did he do
From one
about
hellhole to the next.
her being chained there?
No pun intended, sorry.
He told me not to do it again, and he put the zip ties back on her.
Was there any punishment for you at that point for undoing any of the fastenings or chains?
I believe he made me perform oral sex.
Were there anything else that he did sexually at any point to Miss Paxton?
He forced my adult toys inside of her and forced his fingers on her and forced me to watch. And also, at one point, she was on the floor and he was behind me and he forced me to climax over her.
So
What?
in the course of this, you are actively participating in sexual activity with Miss Paxton too. Is that correct?
I couldn't climax until he forced me to climax.
But that does mean
Yes.
that you are participating. And when you say he forced you to climax, what do you mean by that?
He physically, aggressively rubbed me until I climaxed.
Okay. So he is touching you while you're over her.
Yes.
If we have the picture of that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
what
we
did he do at your climax?
She was revolted by it and she said I was gonna throw up, and he slapped her across the face and I just shut down and left.
No.
When you say you left, where did you go?
I went downstairs.
Okay.
The mental picture is quite enough. Quite enough. But no, they don't show any pictures. So it's just, you can't unhear things, unfortunately.
And when you say that he used adult toys and forced them inside her, again, we do have to be specific here. We can't assume
we
what you
don't.
mean
No,
by
no.
that.
Mm-mm.
Where did he force those toys?
He used vibrator on her vaginally.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Not that I remember.
So you go downstairs. Does he follow you? What happens after that?
I just cooled off for a minute and then I came back upstairs.
Okay. And when you come back upstairs, where are Sean Finnegan and Jennifer Paxton?
We went to sleep.
Okay. And when we're talking about you going to sleep, where is she?
In the floor beside Sean.
Chained to the bed.
Yes.
And where are you?
On the left side of Sean.
Okay. And he is in the bed?
Yes.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm asking. Are the two of you are in the bed and she is in the floor, if I'm
Yes.
understanding what you said correctly? Did you ever have a key to those padlocks?
No.
So during the day, since you don't have a key, what do you do about Miss Paxton if she has to relieve herself or go to the bathroom?
There was cigarette pill outside that I used for her to use the bathroom in. And she had to wear adult briefs.
Okay. So when you talk about a cigarette pill, could you sort of tell us how
It
big or small that was?
big enough to hold like maybe a gallon.
Well, if you could, was this like a big bucket, or was this flower pot size? If you could compare it to something.
Yeah, like a flower pot.
The
Okay.
bucket reference.
Did Miss Paxton ask to leave?
Yes.
What could you do about that?
I told her that I wish I could let her leave, but I didn't have any way of letting her go, and it really upset me.
Did she ever tell Mr. Finnegan she needed to leave or wanted to leave?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
He told her that as he was killing her, that she wasn't going anywhere, that she was going to die.
So when you say he said told her you're going to die,
Yes.
what did she do?
She started crying.
And what did he do?
He just kicked her and spat on her and was really aggressive.
Did he anytime follow through on telling her she had to die?
He did this as he was strangling her.
Okay. So if you could tell us about that specifically. She's been in the house. He has gone to work. He's come back from work. What happened in, let's say, the last portion of her life? Could you walk us through what was going on?
Yes. One day he came home from work and he had bags that had shower curtains, washcloths, bleach, gloves, and things of that nature. And
That's never a good
I thought it was for
thing.
the house, but
Oh.
he was carrying it upstairs. And once he carried it upstairs, I knew that he was going to kill her. He had me go with him and shower her in the shower. And as he was strangling her, I was cleaning
You'll hear from them tomorrow.
up the blood that was left over in the shower. And at one point, he screamed at me to get in the bedroom, that I was taking too long. And I came in and he told me to lock the door. And as I walked in, he was straddled over her, strangling her with a shoestring, and told me to help him. And I just shut down and sat on the bed and just gave up, essentially,
How long did this go on?
for hours.
Could you describe for us specifically what was going on in the course of, you say this was hours?
He would start and stop, like take breaks in between, and he wouldn't allow me to leave the room to empty the ashtray or anything, and I just sat on the bed.
So was he smoking
Yes.
in between while this is going on? Were you?
Yes.
Was she allowed to smoke in the course of this?
No.
Okay. So you try to take ashtray out. No, you've got to stay in here.
Yes.
He's choking over shoestrings, stops, cigarette break.
Yes.
However long this goes on, what finally concluded this episode?
He went to empty the ashtray and she was taking her last breath, and I got on my hands and knees and told her goodbye because I knew she was dying. And he came back inside and slapped me across the face and left for work because they were blowing his phone up because he was really late for work.
So when she finally passed, and you said you knew she was going to, was Mr. Finnegan choking her at that point, or
He was in the bathroom emptying the ashtray.
after he had choked her?
Yes.
And so they're blowing up his phone for work.
Yes.
What happens with her body laying there on the ground?
She takes her last breath and she just dies.
Okay. So she died, and he says, I'm going to go to work. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying? So what happens? He goes to work, and you're there.
Yes.
Could you imagine just sat there on the side of the bed with someone beside you that your boyfriend's just unalived?
Yeah.
Right.
And then just goes to work.
Yeah.
I'm late for work. I go. Bye.
Okay, no worries, doll. Yeah, well, put the kettle on your way out, will you?
Yep.
What goes through people's brains?
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously crazy, and I haven't figured out what she is yet, other than just submissive.
Yep.
And traumatized to sit there and watch that.
But what I was saying before, the mother's in the house. She had
Yeah.
to have heard this. She had to. It's not like she wasn't someone who was not familiar with DV.
But what was wrong with her? Was she
Elderly and frail, apparently.
like, does she have dementia? Like my mom, she had
I don't
Alzheimer's. She
think
would have
so.
never known anything like that was going on. She would have never put that together.
No, I don't think she did. I think she was just old and frail. They didn't
mean,
say
she-
anything like that.
But she couldn't. What was she going to do?
I just thought she would have, called him on it. It's like, what are you doing? What's going on? Or,
I think it's probably self-preservation, just like for her. She knew if she did anything to
maybe.
help that woman, that
she would have copped it too.
she was going to be in trouble. As she said, I'd be
Mhm.
punished. I'd be in trouble. And his mom probably knew that too. She was, sounds like, dependent on them for everything. And then she probably wouldn't have gotten anything. Like, I think it's
Well, yeah,
really,
well, they took her in when she left the father. Well, different family members, I think, took her in at different times to protect her and keep her away from the husband.
I don't know. I think it's self-preservation at that point.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, imagine yourself sitting on that bed going, what do I do now?
From the time he left to the time he came home, I was on his side of the bed, checking her pulse, and
The point of that.
just in a state of shock and fear.
Did she have a pulse?
No,
Did you call 911?
no,
Did you have a phone
no.
at that point? So he comes home from work after she has He's worked his whole shift,
Yes.
presumably. So what happens when he arrives
And
home?
forget, he's a cook.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah. Yeah.
No thanks.
Yep. Yep. He's a cook.
That night or early the next morning?
Me and him clean up any blood and anything that's left over, and we brought her downstairs, and he put her in a freezer downstairs and blocked it from people getting in. Like, the door was faced towards the stairwell.
So is this the freezer that you had there in the kitchen?
No, this was a different freezer.
So this is a different freezer?
Yes.
When did that freezer show up at the house?
I don't know exact dates, but it was there before Jennifer died.
Long time before, short time before?
Premeditation.
Maybe.
Shortly.
Okay. So it's there in the living room. You put her in,
Yes.
and he positions it so that the door is facing the wall.
Yes.
How long was it in that position?
I'm not for sure.
But did that change at some point?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
At one point, he was scared of someone going in the freezer, and we took her body out and carried the freezer upstairs, and then carried her body upstairs and put her in the closet.
So how did this freezer get power in the closet? Is there an
He-
outlet in there?
He ran an extension cord to an outlet.
Okay. So at this point, she's in the freezer. What is the state of her body? Is she wearing her clothes?
No.
What happened to her clothes?
I believe that they were in a bag, like, for tossing away.
For tossing away, is that what you
Yeah.
said? Okay. And so before she's put in the freezer, could you walk us through again the process before putting her in the freezer the first time?
When we put her in the freezer, Sean was in front of her and I was behind her. And he forced her body to go inside of the freezer, and she made a noise, like snapping noise, and blood went on me, and it freaked me out.
So was she completely naked at
Yes.
that point? Did she have anything around her or anything else done to the body?
She had a shower curtain and garbage bags.
Okay. So she's in that same sort of wrapped up state when you
Yes.
move the freezer up to the bedroom closet.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else about him doing anything to the closet door?
He changed the locks.
Did the closet previously have a doorknob that locked?
No.
And so he changed it to a different
Yes.
doorknob? Okay.
Don't you be stealing my pants. I'm gonna lock me in my closet. Got me some good shorts in there.
So Miss Paxton is in the freezer that is in the bedroom. Did you ever notice anything else that drew your attention to this situation? Did you ever walk in and see Sean.
Oh,
Did you ever see
Hello.
Sean in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom doing something that made you think that's unusual?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
that's unusual.
You don't have
There
to.
was
No.
1 or 2 times that I caught him masturbating to Jennifer.
Could you describe that scene for us?
The first time I
Mhm.
was taking a shower and I came in to put my dirty clothes in the hamper and he
You better lock up
was
that hamper. You don't want them stealing those clothes.
Ugh.
masturbating and
Right.
he held out his hand
Ugh.
and I was confused as to what it was until I looked over and he had cut off her nose and intimate areas.
And you
And
want
what
to
did
ask
you
that
do
question again?
when you walked in and saw that?
It freaked me out. I ran downstairs and was almost outside of the door, but he yelled at me to get back inside.
So when you walk in and see it, could you go into more detail? Where is he in relation to the freezer?
Why does you want more detail?
He was standing in front of it.
No, no.
He's standing in front of it.
Yes,
And so
We're good.
is the freezer open
Make
or
it
closed?
stop.
open.
Could you describe, could you see inside from where you were?
Yes.
He was
Could
making
you describe
icicles.
what you observed from that point?
He had the garbage bag ripped open from her head to her cleavage.
Okay. So you ran downstairs at that point, you said,
Yes,
and he yelled at you.
yes.
What happened?
And where is Gabby? She's
Hey.
disappeared conveniently.
Good morning, Adair.
Oh.
Gabby has a breakfast date with her husband and a friend, so she's probably on her way there. If not, she
Oh.
will be shortly.
Snuck out. Convenient.
Yeah, Regina, I'm there with you.
I know.
Ugh, it's
Uh-huh.
awful. It is awful.
I know.
That's why it's like, can you describe it more? No, you don't need
No.
to. We have it all. It's
Damn
it's
you,
worse than that.
imagination. Damn
Yeah.
you.
It's right there. We all know. We can all see.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dare. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, this is
But it is good
nasty
to see you
there.
as always, Adair.
Just a warning, okay? Don't
Yeah.
say I didn't warn you.
Happened after that?
Mhm.
After I went upstairs, he closed the door and made me perform oral sex on him because it aroused him.
Could you repeat that last part?
Because it aroused him.
Because it aroused him, is that what you said?
Sound like she said because it was
Do
awesome.
need you to speak up? Sorry.
Mhm.
I know that's not, but
Same, but different, I suppose. Mm-hmm.
In the course of your relationship with him, and while this has happened, and you're living in this situation, did anything change?
Yeah, our electricity bill went up.
It just kept getting worse.
When you say
haven't seen the
it kept getting
defendant
worse,
yet.
what do you mean?
The power control, punishments, consequences, all of that.
Did you try to tell anyone about this?
Yes,
Who did you tell?
I told Mahogany, Pia, and I told my cousin Paula and one of my exes at the time, but I didn't have any luck.
When you told one of your exes at the
There's the
time,
defendant.
how did you go about doing that? You've already said you didn't have a phone, so what do you do?
I
Brian,
went
no
to a
spoilers.
neighbor's house and borrowed her phone to text him,
Okay.
and I said, I need help.
And did
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the reasons when she was there, she didn't leave while he was at work because she couldn't get her out of there. Now, she could have left while he was at work, went and got help and brought them back and got
I think she
everybody
was
out of
just
there.
scared of
But
him.
I just think she just didn't know what to do. I think she
No,
just he scared her. She knew she had to stay there, stay submissive,
he
and
controlled
she
everything. She had no money. She had no car. She had nothing. No phone.
and who
And
knows
didn't
what he
know any
told
better, I
her.
don't think.
I
Yeah.
mean, he could have told her, I will know the second you walk out of this house. Somebody's
Oh, he
watching.
could have
Somebody will
said
tell me.
could have said he had cameras set up. But if you were prepared to let someone defecate on you,
Well, I mean, some
leaving
people
is
like
high
it.
up there on your list of priorities, I'm guessing.
I
Yeah?
don't know. There's some people that like it. I am
It's
not one of them.
oh
Don't
God.
anybody get the wrong idea.
Oh
And if you are one of the people that like it, good for you. I don't want to know.
no.
I don't need to
By the
know
way,
that part
anyone
of your
coming at me
life.
with a shower curtain is getting, is getting pushed back.
And not a slow one.
No, nope. No, sorry, Bob.
I'm just like
Did you ever hear
chills.
back from that?
Gross.
It's yeah. I told you, didn't I?
Yeah.
They're a pigeon pair. Him and Taylor Shabuznish.
I can't. Do we
Okay.
get to hear the defense?
Yes,
Oh, good.
I actually that's one thing I do want to play in the closing arguments. This defense attorney, like, I mean, you listen to this testimony, slam dunk, yeah. I was convinced. By the time closing arguments and the defense attorney, I had doubt. I had doubt.
Seriously?
Yes, and I don't know how he did it. But I didn't have much, but I had a little bit.
Huh.
Yeah,
I'm very
so
curious.
yeah. What's that true? Easy for me to say about leaving. We don't know. And what he's threatened her with, and what happens behind closed doors, Regina, unfortunately, most of the time stays there.
Yep.
And just look at Ashley Benefield, prime example. Even when you do try to open the door, you just get it slammed in your face.
Yep. Yeah. There's no magic tricks, Brian.
So, how many times did you
I can
tell
do a magic
Mahogany
trick. I can make myself
about these
disappear.
kinds of things?
Hello.
At least 2 or 3 times.
Okay. Could you tell us about what led up to your eventually telling people what had happened?
She was noticed.
I actually think this went on for quite some time. Like, I think from the statements I heard yesterday in yesterday's trial, it could have even been months. So it wasn't just a couple of days. Phil Spector stare.
Yeah, that guy's, yeah.
It was unreasonable doubt. And it was only a flicker, but it was there. He was there.
Seeing the bruises on my eyes, and she knew that something wasn't right. Because she kept asking me, Rebecca, what's wrong? What is he really doing to you?
Okay. So at that point, did you decide to do something?
Not at first, but later on.
So walk us through that.
One day she came over and showed me that he had been to prison for.
Stop. Walk us through your decision with Mahogany that you eventually decided to seek shelter.
Sure.
Yeah.
No talk about
Apparently-
prison.
No, not allowed to mention that one.
Nope.
Couple of days.
A little prejudicial.
There you go. Adair, there's a defendant for you right there.
I don't know if he's still here. He may.
I don't blame him if he ran off.
Yeah. Be like, me and my bad knee are out.
Mhm. It's
Maybe.
not a mistrial, but it's not over as yet, Briar. I'm just actually going to check whilst we're waiting. Let me see.
Oh, you're still here. Hey there. You're braving it out. Brave soul. You're being brave like the rest of us.
No, I don't think there has been any. What's the time over there? Oh,
9:30. So it's I
day
think
2.
Tennessee is an hour behind me. So 8:30.
No, they're still out.
Oh yay,
Come on.
clock.
He's been to prison.
Ah, okay.
We just need a big fan.
Cross-examination. L.
The witness just testified that after he told her that he had been to prison,
Oh, no.
something to that effect. And obviously that's,
After he told her,
he said that Sean told her that he had been to prison. And so I think is what
Sean
she
told
told.
her, so I thought this was in relation to a conversation she was having with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else told her that Sean had been to prison. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Another
So
person.
another person. I apologize, Judge. But
So
the point,
objection hearsay,
it's an objection hearsay, but also
but you didn't make an objection.
right. But I am making an objection now because I'm moving for a mistrial based on the fact that she brought up.
You
So
called it, Brian?
Whether it's a fact or not, it doesn't matter. She said that he's been to prison, and this entire case is about a power dynamic, and their whole case is about a power dynamic and who's in charge and
I
who's
wish-
not. I can't unring that bell, and a curative instruction is not going to unring that bell. And so my position is that it's manifest necessity to stop this trial right now and start over again if we're going to do it. But right now, I can't come back from the fact that she said he's been to prison. I can't. And there's no way that you can mention it and say, well, that she didn't mean that. There's no way that you can say, I don't know how you cure it, Judge. And so I can't recover. So I think that it's manifest necessity because I cannot get an impartial verdict at this point in
I
time.
understand. State.
Your Honor, please. The state would oppose the defendant's motion. The witness's answer was not responsive to the question. And certainly we could avoid this with a little more latitude on leading when I try to get to different subjects. Nevertheless, it was intended to elicit conversations about getting the shelter and talking to someone at the shelter when she gave them that information and they had a room for her, is where we're going. So it was a non-responsive answer. It was very quick, and it was the kind that is hearsay. Somebody told me this, and we immediately pivoted to try to get back on track. So there's no other information on that other than what is, even in lay terms, hearsay. It's certainly not anything that is completely detrimental to the defense. The state has no intention of arguing that his prison history is what created this dynamic. We're talking about their BDSM and their sexual history that is creating this dynamic, and not at all his criminal record getting into that. There are a number of things, obviously, that Mr. Finnegan has in his past, and we have not proffered those or tried to do anything untoward to elicit that information. This simply isn't manifest necessity. It is an offhand statement in what is going to be hours and hours of testimony in this case in total. We do believe that the motion for the new trial should be, or mistrial should be denied. If Your Honor believes a curative instruction is appropriate, the state certainly doesn't object to that, and we would frankly move to strike her answer that was non-responsive to the state's question. On the other hand, if it is, there is the argument that it is better for the jury to just gloss over that and nobody ever mention it again, so as not to draw any attention to that. And then the state is okay with whichever way that the court wants to address this. But again, I don't believe in the context of everything that this in any way requires a mistrial.
So in y'all's proof in regard to enhancers, let's say there's a conviction or aggravators, from what I looked at, you're not introducing prior record. Is that correct? Or you are introducing prior record?
Well, that of course the defense would, or the defendant would already be found guilty.
I'm just asking.
And so there was a notice filed of notice of enhancement for prior convictions.
And aren't those just drug convictions?
There's a drug and there's a firearm charge. There's not domestic violence, for example.
Okay.
Judge, can I just follow up one more thing?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
She's a state witness and has been for a year. That they took a plea in September last year. I have to assume that was put together before we got here, because that was staged when we got here in September. We didn't know they were taking a plea till we got here. So we
Hi,
assume
Gabby, enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah. Enjoy your day.
that they had already spoken to her and they knew what they were doing before they got here. So it's a state witness that tells the story, that is the main accuser against the defendant, and their entire prosecution is based on a power struggle on what happened at those events. Credibility is everything. She just said he went to prison. I just don't know how, I can come back from that, Judge.
Okay, so I know this is probably irrelevant, but he's arguing that he can't come back from a statement saying he went to prison after what he's just listened to for the last hour.
After everything else.
How do I come back from that, Judge?
And it
Really?
literally pains her to speak. There's the power dynamic is very, very obvious that it wasn't her. She was not in charge, unless the defense attorney can bring something out of her that we're just not seeing yet. And all her life choices up to this moment of her on the stand does not tell me the defense is going to drag this huge personality out of her all of a sudden, who's just in charge and has to be in charge. It's not happening.
Do you think that word is going to make one difference?
No, if they would have just went on by it,
And
I was
ignored
like,
it
well,
and not made a
he went to
big deal
prison.
out of it?
Who's surprised? No one.
Yeah.
All right, big deal. He's going back.
Mhm.
I mean, it's like, I think I understand and they're doing their job. I don't blame them for any of that.
No.
But I think the prosecutor's right at
Look
this
at the
point.
judge's face. Good pause. Good pause.
He's like, oh Lord, are you serious right now?
I'm going to.
Nobody got milkshakes, and now we got to do this.
Even the captions. How I don't know how I can come back from that, Judge. And the look on the face. Love it.
Yeah, Regina,
And-
she was definitely not an in-charge person. Definitely not.
No.
She's
That's
gonna
right. It is.
unfortunately probably have it very rough in prison because she is so meek and so
Oh.
submissive. She's gonna be somebody's woman.
I'm not going there. Yeah, I called it straight away as soon as she said it.
Yeah, it is. I
Frankly,
get it.
Your Honor, if there are
Right,
abilities,
it's
they're arguing
technicality.
that's not true. Whatever she said on that.
I got it. I'm good. So
Shut
ruling
up.
on motion for mistrial based upon misconduct, and this would be misconduct by a witness. The trial judge must review the circumstances and must decide whether the misconduct has been prejudicial, thereby preventing
I think she
a fair
has.
trial under the circumstances. And our courts have said, and it's the case of State v. Nash, 294 Southwest 3rd,
Metaphorically
541, Tennessee,
otherwise.
2009. It says in determining whether to grant a mistrial, a trial court should consider following: one, whether the state elicited the testimony or whether it was
not
unsolicited and instructed about. So, give me 2 minutes.
As
Ms.
Carmen
Dishman,
says,
I don't know how to say this any other way.
Oh, whoops.
You've got to talk louder.
As Carmen says, what?
a good Sally lies on their belly.
Yeah. Yep.
Not that she would. Well, I mean, I guess she would know, kind of.
Oh. So does she do
Not because
permanent?
she's been
No.
in prison. She's not an inmate.
No, she's in corrections, isn't she?
Yeah.
Does she work constant nights?
Right now she does, yeah.
Is
But
that by choice or just
um, she's worked nights most of the time that she's done this job. Um, they were gonna put her on days, and then they had 3 people quit. So she went to nights. But she kinda likes it at right now because she's able to it's a more relaxed atmosphere, and she's able to do more and learn more, and so for right now, she likes it. She just doesn't like being tired all the time.
yeah. Yep. I feels ya.
So, when Ms. Dishman was testifying, she made reference to a third-party hearsay statement stricken.
Hello.
About getting a shelter placement. Is that correct? Could you tell us about your interactions with getting a shelter?
Mahogany and I had talked a little bit about it, but I was too afraid at the time to do anything.
I'm just going to have to go to the little creator's room. I'll be back.
Okie dokie. I'll be right here. Have a good time.
Was there a
Yeah.
particular event that made you feel that way, or was it just, as you described earlier, it kept getting worse?
It was the fear and with it being worse.
Had you told Mahogany at that point about Jennifer?
No,
Why not?
that if I told her, she would have went to the cops and I would have been in a lot of trouble.
At some point, though, you told her, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
One day she came over while I was doing laundry and asked me if I wanted to leave. And at first I was hesitant, and she helped me call an abuse shelter. And I called them and told them what was going on with the house. I didn't mention the other case, like with Jennifer, but they told me to pack my stuff, and the lady never came. So I broke down and told Mahogany, and she called the cops, and I was led into questioning.
Now let's back up a little bit. So you're having a conversation with somebody at the shelter.
Yes,
Where are you when that conversation's taking place?
Campbell County.
When you're on the phone with them to get the shelter? How did you know to go to Campbell County?
Mahogany had the directions and everything.
So what did you do? You're at the house. Mahogany's got you a shelter. Walk us through.
She helped me call the abuse shelter and helped me through it because I don't understand how to do things like that. I struggle with that.
So did you just walk over to her house and leave?
She helped me pack and I got in her car and we left.
So you drive up, you said Campbell County,
Yes,
and you pull over where you're going to meet a person from the shelter. Is that
yes.
correct? What happens when you arrive there?
We waited for an hour or so and the lady never showed. So I broke down and told Mahogany the truth about Jennifer. And she told me that I would need to talk to the cops and be questioned and things.
So did you stay there in Campbell County at that point?
We were told to go to Oak Ridge.
And so how do you get to Oak Ridge?
Mahogany follows, and I was in the police car
When did you get in the police car?
as we were in Campbell County
Okay.
talking.
So there in Campbell County, you get in the police car.
Yes.
Are you sure it wasn't in Anderson County when you got back
It
with
might
Mahogany?
have been like we got mixed up, and it was really confusing that day.
Had you ever been to Campbell County before?
No.
Okay. So you do get back from Campbell County
Yes.
and you get in a cop car.
Yes.
So that. And where does the cop car take you?
To Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what happens when you arrive there?
I was brought in to questioning, and I told them everything I knew.
At that point, did you tell them that you participated in all
Yes.
these actions? Did you use the phrase, "we killed her"?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's something you referenced earlier that you would ask a neighbor to use a phone. Is that
Right.
accurate? When you used a phone, whose did you use?
Kelsey, our neighbor at the time.
Okay. Any other neighbors' phones that you would use for texting, chatting, anything?
Mahogany's.
Okay. May I approach?
They send it.
And good job for the shelter worker not showing up to pick her up. Hope you still are
The
working
first
there.
one I'm going to show
That's
you,
horrible.
and this should be something that you have seen before.
Yes.
This is something that you have reviewed. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Are those cell phone messages?
Yes.
Are these cell phone messages from Mahogany's phone?
Yes.
And you looked through these, and if you could look for us right now and tell me if you recognize text messages that you sent versus text messages that Mahogany sent.
I miss anything?
Just that they called the abuse shelter to come pick her up and they never showed up.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Do those look like your conversations with Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the document you've previously looked at.
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I would like to just have this marked for identification at this point.
We'll do identification 1.
I'll write that to you. Also, a report that you have seen
Yes.
from Mahogany's cell phone. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that indicative of, or that was from, Sean Finnegan's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your relationship with Mr. Finnegan, did he ever take photographs of you?
Yes.
And in those photographs, were there ever sexually explicit things?
Yes. Many times.
Okay, I am, again with this, going to mark this for identification that these are pictures that you have seen from his phone that he took of you.
Yes.
That'll be identification 2.
And these are, for identification, multiple, the photos that are in this report. Do you recognize this one?
Yes.
Identification 3. Is this report you?
No,
Yes.
Adair. I think she got
Identification
50 years.
4.
Yeah, she's already been to trial and got life plus 50
Oh, life plus
Mhm.
50. I forgot that part.
for her
Forgot that part.
partner. Just in case. Yeah.
Just,
Add another 50.
I mean,
yeah.
50 would still be life for her anyway, but pretty much probably. But yeah, it's just another plea deal. But she, not like the mom we saw the other day who only got 15 years in the death of her little boy
Yeah.
in her plea deal. That was disgusting. At least this woman actually got something.
And this is the death penalty case too.
Yeah. I could almost understand giving her 15 years versus the one we saw the other day. She deserved the 50 years. Because this woman,
Garcia's,
yeah,
yeah.
the mom, quote unquote, mom,
Mm-hmm.
because this woman is, I can't really describe her. I can't really put my finger on it other than what we've said. she didn't do anything to stop it.
And it's almost like she was numb, like emotionless.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, it was her life or the other woman's life. She chose her own, and most of us probably would.
All right. How's your back? Are you
I'm
coping?
okay. I
Okay.
am. I have ice.
Okay. Let me know.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that identification 5? And this photo?
Yes.
Identification 6.
Okay.
This photo, is that you? Is that you?
Hello.
This photo.
Yes.
Oh.
There's one where it looks like they're, well, I was going to do these identifications in line. With your permission, I'd like to go ahead and admit these with Ms. Dishman.
Identification.
The photos, not the report, but the actual photos that she identifies.
And that goes, let's see.
His Facebook profile picture.
Okay. Yeah, let me get the TV on.
Oh, I want to see this. Did he look just as nuts then? Was he handsome?
I'm tipping no.
And I can
Just
pass
putting that
these
out
if
there.
it's quicker, but if you want to wait and have it queued up here, we can.
Let's give him a chance.
Only so much you can do.
I mean,
Definitely need
Yeah.
some tear trough fillers for sure.
yeah. Did he have like his hair dyed just for men hair color, so he's not
Hmm.
looked younger?
Yeah, yeah. Is that like a nervous tick, or has he got Parkinson's?
I think he's shaking his leg.
Actually, you know what? He has got the Parkinsonian stare.
Oh, he does.
He does. He does. I wonder.
Are they going to blame it on that? He was having hallucination.
Right.
Whatever. You know, those
Yeah.
things.
This was 19,
Is that not what's the number that goes?
2019.
This
The one,
one's,
the first one that you passed through.
the first one I passed
Um,
was 3.
Okay, so it'll be
And
6.
Dishman pleaded
collective
guilty
6,
to
number
first
3.
degree unaliving in
We don't need to pass
2023.
it. We've got it on the screen.
Sean Finnegan
You back
pleaded
to her.
not
The next
guilty.
one I'm going to show you
Took a long time.
is collective 6, number 9, and collective 6, number 6.
I'm 14 hours ahead, Adair, so it is exactly smack on midnight right now. Right now.
So,
It's
Dare,
I'm a
we
night
know
owl, though.
Similar
we know
photos.
Thursday's going to
Will
happen
do.
because she's already there.
Yeah, I'm here.
So.
20 seconds. There you go. Ta-da! It's about to turn.
It's okay.
Oh,
We take
you
your
can't
word
see
for
it.
it.
Where is it?
There it is.
Somewhere.
Thursday
I've
is
gotta work it-
happening.
I've got to work it backwards somehow.
Hello, Bree. How are you? I
Hey, Bree.
hope Miss Madison let you sleep last night. She at least let you sleep at dinner, so that was good.
Have you seen her lately?
Saw her last night.
No.
Went to dinner with them.
No. That's nice. I'm on grandma watch. Hurry up.
That was back. Could you describe what is depicted in these photos?
What?
Sean carved his initial on my lower back with a kitchen knife.
Oh. Did you hear that?
Yeah, owie.
Mm.
And then he took photos.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
just having trouble connecting up
Let's
to the
just-
internet.
Let's just pass them. Okay, the first one's first.
The next one will be Collective 6 4ID. You previously said you recognize that photo. Who is in that photo?
That is me.
And what is depicted in this photo?
I don't think they
I
show
was
any of
laying
these.
down and he
memory.
ejaculated on me.
Ew. I hope not.
Oh, wow. L,
This is
L, 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 L.
I don't need to see any of
Collective
that.
6
No.
ID 7. What is this
Ew.
picture?
It's me. And he used the bathroom on me and
Ew.
took pictures.
Oh, L, 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 L.
All right, next question.
Freeze you too. Yes.
Oh.
Ew. Aren't you glad
Yeah.
you joined us, Bree?
Question
Uh-huh.
probably on a lot of people's mind, Ms. Dishman, is why didn't you tell Mahogany about the murder or run to Dollar General near your house or anything?
At the time,
There you go,
I wasn't
Regina.
thinking rationally. Fear overtook everything.
If I could go back to when Miss Paxton was in the bedroom and you said that Mr. Finnegan was choking
No,
her,
don't.
Yes.
could you describe specifically, is she face down, face up, on her side? How is she positioned when this is going on?
Face down.
And how is he positioned with her face down?
He was straddled over her.
Could you describe how it is that he's strangling her?
He was on his hands and knees, and he was using the shoestring on her neck.
You just gestured, so I'm going to describe that gesture for the court record. You had your hands and fists,
Mhm.
and you pulled upward.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stab Jennifer Paxton?
No.
Did you choke her?
No.
Did you strangle her?
No.
Did you slice her?
No.
Did you hit her with a bat?
No.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Ooh, here we go.
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our
love
afternoon break
this.
now, so it'll be about 20
Ah.
minutes. Okay? So everybody rise, please.
All rise.
All rise. Vote for Sean. Ooh. Come on. I really, really like this judge.
Yeah, he seems.
Yeah.
So
Court
far.
must, upon request, hold the jury outside the jury's right. I did that. The court must determine that a material
And
issue exists.
it looks like he's I'm not sure if she's the court reporter or his assistant or whatever, has been with him for like 50 years.
Look at that frown.
Jan and Shirley have been like an old married couple for 50 years.
Well, Adair, she was there. She didn't do anything. She didn't help her. She watched it.
That
She
was
kept her
life
there.
plus 50.
Yeah, she
yes,
and she kept her there.
aiding and
So
abetting.
there was a lot she didn't do while not doing anything.
But there was also there's 14 counts that he's on trial for, and half of them are sexual misconduct, so to speak, unwanted sexual misconduct, and she would have been no doubt involved in those charges as well. I'd have to have a look up at her court records, but yeah, she'd have to have been involved in some of those charges. She was a participant, regardless whether she chose. Well, yeah. Anywho.
Yep.
Was that Gabby?
Yeah, she said she
What
was
are you
leaving.
still doing here, Gabby? All right.
Exists other than conduct conform with a character trait and must bar request state on the record the material issue There really no reason for admitting.
Yeah.
And then when you spoke about it, you said she got a benefit from this relationship she had in prison or in jail, like she got a benefit from Mr. Finnegan. And then you also said that
Wait,
your
what's he
theory
talking
is
about?
that she's the
I
one
know.
who killed this person out of jealousy. And this is shown because she was jealous in the jail. I think that's what you told me. So respectfully, I don't have clear and convincing evidence about the benefit or the jealousy. I do
Motive,
about
maybe.
she made a threat. So if you've got some additional questions you'd like to ask her about the benefit and the jealousy, I'll let you do that and try to convince me it's clear and convincing. But right now, I'm not there. Make
I
sense?
think they're trying to allocate more blame on her to reduce his charges or sentencing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Or I can,
So, just back about the jail affair, is that whenever you were, the officer, can you tell me how that happened?
This
The
is
officer would drop the
outside
phone off with you?
presence of the jury, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and why did he drop the phone off with you?
To give him pictures and videos.
Okay. Did you gain any special privileges for doing this?
No,
You didn't? You didn't get extra time outside or any extra meals or anything like that?
no,
No? Did you get treated better by the corrections officer?
not really.
No? You thought you had a relationship with him,
Yes,
but he treated you the same as every other correction officer?
yes.
You had a relationship with him, you gave him sexual pictures, right?
Yes,
And you threatened someone to kill them because they were also flirting with him, right?
yes, but.
But he was only treating you like every other corrections officer. Is that right?
I said that, but I didn't mean it actually, like, that I was going to fully intend to,
You're talking about killing him, right?
or,
Yeah, so let's talk about the relationship though. The you said you didn't receive any special treatment. You didn't.
Ask and answer.
Okay.
Let's go to the jealousy.
So when you threatened those girls,
yes,
it was because of jealousy, right?
I was upset
You were upset because you were jealous, right?
a little,
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
a little,
A little. A little means you were jealous, right? I mean, you were jealous enough to threaten people, correct?
yes.
Yes.
There's a question I asked her about that.
What did you do physically to them after making that statement? I'll kill you if you do this. What did you do?
I wept,
You wept? Is
yes,
that what you said? Did you push anyone?
no,
Shove them?
no,
Shank them?
no,
Cut them?
no,
Punch them?
no,
You wept.
yes.
The lady with the
So,
nice
just
hair said
help me
shame.
understand this. So you tell these girls, how many did you tell? 2 or 3, or how many did you tell?
I have problems with one,
1, okay. And you told her, I'm
She
going
was
to kill
fighting
you
girls
if
off
you
with
do
her
what?
boyfriend. Mm.
if she talked to him,
I didn't hear you.
she talked to him,
Tell me again.
if she talked to him,
If she talked to him, and so you thought she was going to interfere with your relationship with him by talking to him?
yes,
You did.
In the judge's face.
Well, I think
I think it's pretty good for
Does
you right
she-
now, but if you want to go,
I think she's being truthful. I think she's being honest. She has no idea what a real relationship is and what it
Yes.
entails.
I think that's true. Does she think that every guy she's in love with every man? Like you thought you had a relationship with this prison guard.
Yep.
Was
And how many
he
times was she
involved?
engaged?
Yeah,
Mhm.
like did he know you were having a relationship or did
She
you just
latches-
think you
She
were having
latches
a
on
relationship?
everything. Exactly.
But if she is threatening to unalive people, that brings a little bit less victim
Hmm.
to the picture because
Did you see the judge's face though?
yeah, well, you got a good pause on him right now.
Yeah.
But this timid now you kind of got to question, is she really always this timid?
Hmm.
Was she telling Jennifer things? If
Yeah.
If what
How much
this
did you
defense
participate?
attorney's saying, yes, how much were you participating?
See? They
Yeah.
had me doubting.
I
Well,
mean,
he hasn't even
so
started yet.
maybe
He
she
hasn't even
did
started.
deserve the 50 years plus life plus 50.
Mm, what?
The only people that know what went on in that room, one's sitting there, one's sitting at the defense table, and one's gone.
Yep.
And she might be playing all of us.
Never know.
Wow. I've not watched any of this, so I don't know.
No, it's good, isn't it? Well, not good. Yeah, you know what I mean.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
What?
I will
Yeah.
actually play the police detective, the last bit of his testimony as well, because I remembered that's
Give me just a minute.
Oh, where's he gone? Judge.
He's going to get a milkshake.
Mm,
Yeah, he is. I think you're right, Bri. He's going to say it was her.
yeah. Well, when it was speculated that he was going to get up in the second phase and take the stand and testify against her.
I mean,
But
what's he have to lose?
That's right.
He has a lot to gain. He has nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Other than his scary face. It's hard to
Yeah.
get past. He's going to have to look scared, not scary.
Yes.
You asked about jealousy and other prior events or stuff like that. So that's about the way to handle it. I note the state's objection to this. Okay?
Thank you.
We good? Okay, bring it back in.
All rise.
All right.
Look at that jury.
First of all, I apologize for making
You
y'all
held
wait.
his face was
I had a
hilarious.
legal issue that I need to get right. And so sometimes that takes me a little time to dig. So I dug through some books and got the right answer. So I appreciate your patience. But the reason that's important is I don't want to do this again. And so I want to do it right the first time. So I make every effort to make sure I touch all the bases. So please excuse me for this delay this afternoon. I'll promise I will do my best not to have that happen again. All right. So nobody's really mad at me right now. Okay, good. That's perfect. All right. So I think you finished. I think the state's finished its direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Cross examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's like, I don't want to get appealed. So
Mhm.
So, Ms. Dishman, when you moved in with Sean, that's a house that's in Oak Ridge, right?
Yes,
And it's in the city.
yes.
Okay. Is there more than one residence in that building?
There's 2 complexes.
It's 2 complexes. Okay. So are there neighbors in that other, is it an apartment or a condo or what would you?
Apartment
Apartment.
complex.
Okay. Are there other people that live in that building as well?
Yes,
Okay. So do those different apartments share walls?
yes,
Okay. And then this house and this apartment is a couple of blocks from the turnpike in Oak Ridge, right?
yes,
So there's a bunch of stores and stuff like that run along the turnpike in Oak Ridge. Is that fair?
yes.
And so you were just a couple of blocks from those places, right?
I think that's a common thing that the judge says after a few sherries, Bri, just quietly to his wife. Are you mad at me? I was coming up to bed and I fell asleep in the chair.
I was looking at books.
The dog at my feet.
Yes,
Were those places that you would visit, go to those stores and stuff like that? Like if you had to shop or whatever
with Sean.
with
Yes.
Sean? Okay.
Actually, the very last person to testify on tomorrow's trial is from Indiana.
Nice.
Her name is Roxanne something or other. But yeah, what did I dare say? She's definitely not all there. There's quite a few of them that are sheep short in the top paddock. So that.
And you said that you
Missing a few
moved in with
screws.
him. Where did you move
So
in
what?
with him from?
I said they're missing a few screws.
Yeah.
Where were you first? Where were you before you met Sean?
Maryville, Tennessee.
In Maryville, and you met him on Facebook.
Yes.
So, did you have a job at the time you moved in with him?
No.
No. And I think that you testified you were aware that, I mean, you were into kinky sex too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know any other term for it, so I'm just going to call it kinky sex, okay, for right now. But you were into that too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is
I
that
thought I
something that
was.
you've done with other boyfriends as well?
Yes.
Till he
Okay.
shat on me.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't new to you when you
No.
came to Sean. It's part of the reason why you moved in with him and were attracted to him,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Good attracted to him.
Whenever you moved into him, what
Make good choices, people.
Yeah.
Drugs are bad, okay? But I
I
don't
wish
even think drugs are involved in this.
Cheyenne needs to watch this. This is like
Yeah.
she's studying this stuff.
Yeah.
She needs to watch this trial.
Mhm. With this commentary. And then she needs to watch Saturday night at 10 o'clock too.
She might educate you guys on little things here and there.
I was the other night when I was doing the recap, like update on Ashley Benefield, I was replaying some of the trial that we had streamed, and I'd forgotten the stream had you, me, Bri, Gabby, Grandma, Carmen. It was chockers, and everyone's talking over everyone, and
It's like, oopsies.
I'm like, I'll just go back to Law and Crime, I think.
Yes. Bree, I thought about that hot tour too.
Tour.
Things that
Too
make you
bad.
rich. That lady said something
Yeah.
stupid while she was drunk and it took off. Like, good for you.
Yes. Yep. So yes.
what,
Did they put
what did you
another
bring with
microphone
you?
down by her?
Yeah, I think so.
A box of clothes and my drawer box.
I don't know why.
Couple
She's so loud.
That's it.
Okay. Cool. And did you bring some sex toys with you too?
Yes.
And were those sex toys like butt plugs?
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Um,
Mr. Attorney, sir,
Did you practice
And
saying
then-
that in the mirror
so-
100 times?
did they?
do you remember?
Did they? Yes. Did they butt dial their butt plugs? I missed that
When you
bit.
went to
Oh,
speak
must have held
with,
it.
well, when you testified that you were going to go to a shelter, right? Or Mahogany was taking you to a shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Sean wasn't home when you left. You packed
He
up and
was
left.
at work.
He was at work, right? And you were able to leave,
Yes.
pack up all your stuff and get out of there.
Yes.
When you first met with
Oh,
the
oh,
police
bro.
and told them this is
Well, they didn't work
some
very
9
well,
months,
obviously.
right after this happened, right? And
Didn't include anything.
Miss Paxton's body had been in the freezer for 9 months.
Yes.
Oh, see? Now that's why.
9
Why?
months. We're not talking days.
That's
Or
what I
we-
thought. That's what I thought.
9
That's why
months.
life is 50. Yep.
Wow. You had a lot of time to do a lot of
Yep.
stuff and you did
Yep.
nothing.
You know what?
9 months.
They even put the freezer rental guy up on the stand.
Ah,
No, he was a good customer. He came in every Friday, made his payments, no worries.
I bet he did. I
Oh,
bet
yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
And once you guys repoing that,
Mm-mm-mm.
ah,
Mhm.
man,
And you did not
9
call
months.
911 or the police or anything to let them know that it happened, right?
Not till I told Mahogany.
So you told Mahogany. Okay. Were you scared you were going to
She
get in
lived
trouble?
with her in that
Yes.
closet
Yeah.
for 9 months.
And so when you went and told the police and you met with them that first time, do you remember that?
Yes.
And they brought you in, they talked to you in the interrogation room.
Yes.
And do you remember telling them that
Better put the warning back up.
that Miss Paxton had been chained to that bed for almost a month?
Yes.
Okay.
Gosh.
And do you remember telling them that it was
Skimmed over that,
sometime,
didn't they?
the murder must have taken place sometime in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that, similar to when you're trying to explain to him that he's choking her or something, but when you explained it, when you told them the first time, you said that it was something about coming out of a shower and you walked in and y'all both walked her in and you shut and locked the door before he started.
He was actually choking her as I walked in.
Okay, but that's not what you told the police the first time. Would you agree with me on that?
I told him that.
Okay. Now this happened a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And so you've had what, 4 or 5 years to think
Right.
about it, right? Okay.
I think alive, Bree, because they were torturing her.
A month alive, yes. Sorry, I was checking updates on.
Do you remember
That's
telling
okay.
the police when you first
And
met him that when he
liberations.
got home, they woke you up,
That's right, Brett. Yes.
right? That you were just waking up. Do you remember telling them that? When Sean and Jennifer got there?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be normal? Because he usually gets home kind of early hours of the morning
Yes.
from work, right? Okay. And then do you remember telling them that at that point, like you had just woken up and then he basically just beat her with a bat?
Yes.
And that's basically what you taught her. Like she was there and then he just decided to beat her with a bat, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about him talking about kidnapping or planning this or anything like that. You didn't say anything.
He had mentioned it while she was in the shower.
I'm sorry,
He had mentioned it while she was showering.
but you didn't tell the police that the first time you met with him, right?
I told them that he asked me, do you want to kidnap her? And I told him that he asked that while she was showering.
And that's what you said in the first interview?
I believe so.
You can't remember really though, right?
It's been a couple
It's
years.
been a long time and you could have said something different because you said different things,
Yeah.
right? And you said a few different things, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. So the facts that you're saying now today, for instance, today you said something about Sean burning you with a torch. You've never told.
It's that passive aggressive stance he's taking. He can't be. Well, I suppose he could take the dominant stance with her. She responds to that. Oh, that was
Or
cringy.
anybody-
Sorry,
In any of your interviews prior, you never mentioned anything about a torch.
I didn't hear you, AJ. Sorry, you're muted.
I was getting a drink. I said she'd be like, "Are we in a relationship now?"
Yeah. She probably does go back and go, oh,
Oh, the attorney and he's in
Uh-huh.
love with me and we're engaged.
yeah.
I'll send him some pictures.
He looked me right in the eye when he was talking to me.
And he was saying dirty things to me.
Yeah. He was asking me about my butt plugs.
Asked me if I had any.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, they're anal occlusion appliances.
She's got one in right now. Just look at her face.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay. And then you also talked about him
No wonder they have
cutting you
adult
with a box
diapers.
cutter. In any of your other interviews, you never mentioned anything about a box cutter, have you?
No.
No. And in fact, you suffer from some depression, and issues like that, don't you?
Yes.
And you're a cutter, aren't you?
You think?
I was at the time.
You were a cutter at the time. And that means that you would cut yourself, right?
Yes.
Small cuts,
Yes.
little cuts, and and you get some sort of satisfaction from that, don't you?
It was a coping technique.
Okay. And so when you would cut yourself, that's how you would cope are tiny cuts.
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't the symbol for that a butterfly?
Sean
I
paid
don't know.
for where you lived, right?
FYI?
Yes.
And he bought you food
Yes.
and
Can Google that.
and bought you glasses,
Yes.
and he paid for your medicine,
Yes.
Paid
right?
the
He
electricity
took you to the
bill.
doctor. You need to go to the doctor.
Yes.
Shout on you. Shout on
He
you.
basically provided your needs, right?
Oh,
Yes.
And he went to work just about every day in order to do that.
Yes.
right?
Upstanding citizen.
And when I say day, I mean like afternoon till early morning hours, like the entire afternoon till the early morning hours, like 5 to 5, 4 to 4, something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So today when you testify about Jennifer getting there, you said that she came in and that she was making breakfast,
Yes.
right? So evidently you were up, or y'all were up for a little while. This didn't happen right when they got home, right?
Yeah, we were out and talking to each other.
For a little while, because not long enough for her to make breakfast, at least, right?
She had a bowl of cereal.
Okay. So y'all are talking and having breakfast and everything's fine, right?
At first.
Is this the first time Sean had brought a prostitute home?
No.
Is it the first time that y'all had discussed having a threesome?
No.
In fact, you've done that before.
Yes.
It wasn't uncommon,
No.
right? Okay. But this particular morning, your testimony is that he brought someone home, and you would agree that you texted back and forth with Sean, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you use other people's phones to do that, didn't you? Sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay. For instance, Mahogany's,
Yes.
right? Okay. And so in those texts, you would text him while he was at work,
Yes.
correct? And you would text him, basically sexting.
Yes.
Is that a fair way to say it? And you would say, "Hey, Daddy, come, whatever." Right? I want to do this. I want to do that. Right?
Hey,
There
Tanya.
would be an evidence, so we'll be able to read.
Hey,
it.
Daddy.
But- and he,
Welcome.
You come at the right
he
time.
would say, "Okay, baby, I gotta go. We're getting busy." And that's how the conversation would end, right?
Yes.
I gotta go. We're getting jiggy with it.
We're getting busy.
Was your phone broken?
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data.
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data.
Yes.
Okay, that is a phone that Sean provided you, also, right?
Not my first phone. It was gave to me and then it got busted.
Your first, I'm sorry,
My first phone.
got busted.
Mhm.
So this was a different phone, right?
Yes.
And it's one Sean gave you.
No, different.
It's your first phone. I'm confused.
It was
So
from
she-
another fiance.
Some other fiance bought you a phone.
Yes.
Okay. Were they paying for the service?
Yes.
And then they
Okay.
stopped paying for the service,
Yes.
right? And so then you didn't have a service.
No.
So
Mm-hmm.
They were paying for service, all
Okay.
right.
Mm.
which fiance was that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey?
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Which fiance was
I
that?
don't know that
Well,
one.
I don't know. Let
I
me
don't
get my
know that.
Rolodex out. And
Was your
Yeah.
phone broken?
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data.
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data?
Yes.
Okay. That is a phone that Sean provided you also, right?
Oh, well,
Not my first
quit
phone.
on it right
It
now.
was gave to me.
He gave her a
and then it
phone.
got busted.
that's
Your
it.
first, I'm sorry,
My first phone.
got busted?
Mhm.
So this was a different phone, right?
Yes.
And it's one Sean gave you?
Get over the phone
Okay.
already.
It's your first phone?
L.
I'm confused.
Somehow we
It
backed up.
was from another fiance.
Oh, did we?
Somehow we
L.
we went back
Oh.
in time.
And so then you didn't have a service.
No.
So
L.
you were
I think
talking
you're.
about,
I think we're good.
you were telling them about the body in the freezer and these things, and you mentioned BTK. Remember that?
Believe
Isn't that a
so.
serial?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Was that something,
Uh-huh.
do you remember, did you read about that? BTK, the BTK killer? Or were you into serial killers?
No, but we watched Daddy a lot.
You watched like documentaries and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, bind, torture,
and-
unalive.
How to fit bodies in a freezer. 101.
I was gonna say, don't look that up.
Oh, no.
You would agree with me that before
They
you met
failed at
Sean,
it
that you
too.
had also kind of dabbled in some different sort of beliefs,
Yes.
right? Like religious beliefs, type like Satanism,
Wicca and
right?
later Satanism.
Satanism and witchcraft, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. And with a prior boyfriend, well, let me ask you this: when is the first time that you performed any kind of ritual, say with Ramsey, that involved cutting or blood?
I never performed any of that with him.
You didn't?
No.
You asked him to, though, didn't you?
No.
Okay, which boyfriend was it then?
I believe Austin said that.
It was Austin.
He said that, like, I've never used any spells on him or anything like that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble understanding you, but my question is that well, let me ask that. Let me rephrase. Cutting and drinking blood, those are parts of some satanic rituals and things that you have performed before, correct?
No.
No. Okay, so if someone said that you did, say okay, all right, okay.
Have you talked to Tyler Daisy?
So
In
you
Iowa.
okay,
Oh,
but you admit that you were into Satanism,
no.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have
And
made a good couple, actually.
you've referred to yourself as a vampire before
Oh,
in letters? No. You remember writing Sean once in jail and saying, "I'll be your little vampire"?
No.
No. Okay. So after this arrest, after you were in jail, after you turned in Sean, right? You were in fear, is what your testimony was,
Yes.
right? You were in fear,
Yes.
correct? And so you had to get out because you were scared.
Yes.
Okay. And so then after you were arrested, it didn't take very long before you started writing letters to Sean again, right?
Right.
And you kept writing him letters, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Have y'all seen this?
I'm sorry. It's just one of the letters from the jail.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
I wrote him a letter.
It's a letter you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read the date on there?
6/25/21.
6/25/21. Can you read the letter to the jury?
Oh,
it's going to take 6 years.
oh.
Hey, baby, I just got your letter. I hope all is well. First off, I want you to know I've made my decision. I want you to know I'm sorry for the lies and bullshit I've done. We have had our good and bad times together. I leave an apology and I'm sorry. I want to be yours and only yours. Baby, will you take me back? Your baby girl misses you. But anyway, I hope you forgive me and write me, baby girl. P.S. I love you, Daddy.
I love you, Daddy. Will you take me back?
That'll be the next number.
Yeah, and you could take that one of two ways. She's just as nuts as he is, or she is just trying to smooth things out so she doesn't get punished again
Or
in
both.
case he gets out, or there's that. Both. Because, we've talked about victims and the things they do for
Well, she
protection.
said she still loves him, so
I wonder what she is like in regular conversation. She
Mhm.
surely does not talk like this because nobody would hang around. Maybe that's why they kicked her out. They asked her a question.
maybe.
It took her a week to
took her-
answer, and they were like, "Get out."
What's for dinner?
What?
Huh?
Can you speak up? I don't. All right, just get out.
What?
Just get out.
Yeah. Go on, get. Go on, get.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And that's one of many
Yes.
letters that you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Exclaiming your love for him and that you hope that he would forgive you and take you back, and right, over and over again,
Yes, at the time.
a lot of times.
Yes.
Vomit emoji.
So I'm gonna go back to that first interview All right. Let's see if you can remember some of the other things you said. First of all, let's talk about this. How did the police treat you? They were really nice to you, weren't they?
Were you in a
In
relationship?
jail? Or
No, I'm sorry. When you first, that was bad. It's a bad question.
Yes, I got
apologize.
engaged to the first officer on
When
scene.
you first told the police about this, right?
Guy
That
had
first
his
night,
baby.
that August 5th or whatever.
Yes.
They did not, they were very nice to you. I mean, you were like, they treated you like you were a victim,
Yes.
right? I mean, they
very
didn't,
nice.
they didn't interrogate you about anything. They just kind of let you talk,
Just kind of listen.
just kind of listen. That's right.
Oh, now I
Um,
can't stop looking at the,
And they made you comfortable,
the
Yeah.
drip
right? And they gave you something to drink and asked you if you wanted something to eat.
next to the tissue box.
And during that interview,
Oh,
you
Thanks.
talked about,
Oh,
can't unsee that.
No.
Oh. So, did you say hi for me?
you talked about some of the cutting that you testified to about earlier, about walking. I think you testified that you came in from the shower. You're always getting out of the shower, right? Take a lot of showers.
Take a lot of showers, right?
And then you walked into the
I
room
gotta.
and
He has a lot of crap to wash
And
off
Sean
of
was-
her.
I think you said was
Mhm. You think?
masturbating in front of the body,
I gotta
right?
get rid of that now. 'Cause that's, no, that doesn't
And that
stop
you
it.
cut off some stuff.
Yes.
Now, do you remember when you talked to the police in the first place, you described
No, that
something
doesn't
about
cover
him
it either.
using a switchblade?
Yes. He
Right.
had used a pocket knife and cut off her nose.
Okay,
and
so
intimate areas.
now it's a pocket knife,
Yes.
right? And you said you used the term switchblade when you
What's
first
the
talked to the
difference?
police, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
one's legal and one isn't. It's the only thing.
Oh,
And probably the size of the blade, I guess, would be different. But yeah,
So for the 9 months,
switchblades are not legal here.
yeah, but I mean, she's got. I wouldn't know if you put both of them in front of me. I wouldn't know which one to call what. So I don't think that's really.
They're pretty easy to tell just because of the way the mechanism works on between one and the other. It pops up.
Yeah, I just don't know where he's going with that. Like, what's the point?
I think the size of it would be the point because I don't know though. I'm not an expert on
No,
pointy, sharp things, but
no.
I think
Okay.
generally, yeah, because it like
Are they
so
the
it
ones
pop-
that retract in
yeah,
to
so like
itself?
you see him on like the old movies with the
Yeah.
the rebels,
So
and they're
you
like
just sort of see something like that, and then it presses
and
a
then
button, and it pops a
yeah,
knife at the end.
yeah.
Okay.
So those are illegal to have in
Whereas
here.
a pocket knife, you've got
You can
to.
open, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you got to open those up. I think the size of the blade would be different too. Although there are some big pocket knives out there. I don't
Mhm.
know where he's going with it other than maybe she lied. You're changing your story.
Yeah. Credibility.
Yeah.
Poking holes.
Literally.
Oh. Oh.
that you were at the house, right? Basically, you lived there for about 9 or 10 months. Is that about right? Did friends come over and hang out?
His friends.
Really? Mahogany never came over?
That was part of his friends.
That was his friends?
Yes.
She's not your friend?
I mean, later grew on to her as a friend.
Right. So you just were there and his friends came over and hung out.
Yeah.
Where were your friends?
I couldn't see them.
Really?
Yes.
What are their names?
They were on Facebook and had lives and stuff on their own.
What are your friends' names?
I didn't have a lot of friends.
So you weren't allowed to see them, but you didn't have any friends to come see you.
No.
So that wasn't really true when you said you weren't allowed to see them. You just didn't have any friends to come see you. Is that right?
I mean, I could have had friends, but
Mhm.
You chose not to.
I wasn't really allowed.
Okay. But you did have friends in the neighborhood. I mean, you used Mahogany's telephone, right?
Right.
And she had to be familiar with what kind of relationship you guys had, right? I mean, she had to be kind of familiar because you used her phone for sexting
Right.
and took pictures of yourself and everything else, right?
Right.
And sent them to Sean.
Yes.
Was she sitting next to you when you did that?
No.
Hell,
So you just had her phone?
Yes.
So
She just let me borrow
I
it.
hope you'd
So,
cleaned it.
so she would just let
Ugh.
you borrow her phone whenever?
Not whenever, but when I was smoking with her and spending time with her.
So she was there?
Yes.
Well, you just said she wasn't there.
Like, not.
Okay, I said sitting next to you. Maybe I was confusing, but she was in the room with you. When you texted, sexted, took pictures, all that
Not all
stuff.
the times, but yes.
Did you delete those before you gave them back to her?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So you would do text to Sean on her phone and then delete the text before you gave the phone back to her?
Yes.
Okay. In the room, in the same room, while y'all are in the same room.
No.
So you would borrow her phone and then you would wander off into another room to text Sean?
Sometimes.
Was she just hanging out by herself in the house?
She's trying to get in the closet, but it was
It
locked.
would just depend.
Right.
I
And there
don't
were
think
other
she was
people that came
shy.
over. It's like Sean, the friends, people would come over and hang out during that 9-month period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that first statement you talked about that Sean made you clean up all the blood?
Yes.
After he beat her with a bat, is what you said. He beat her. He hit her in the head with a bat or whatever, and was beating her, and she's screaming. Right?
Yes.
What time of day was this?
I'm not exactly sure, but it had to be in the afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
But he gets home in the morning, right?
He was at home in the afternoon because it was later during the day.
Okay.
Gabby's out
But
with
you
her
said that
husband.
it was after breakfast.
She had
And I don't know why she's not in prison clothes. Unless they are.
Okay.
Tennessee issue.
So when she and Sean got home, that would be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, right? That's when he gets off work.
That's usually when he got home.
And then she waited till late afternoon to eat a bowl of cereal.
Yes.
So she was there the whole day.
Yes.
The entire day she was there.
She got there in the afternoon.
She got there in the afternoon.
Yes.
How did she get there?
Sean.
But Sean gets home at 4 o'clock in the morning from work.
He got home late.
He got home 14 hours late.
I know that it wasn't in the morning.
Okay. So if it happened in the afternoon, then she had to be there all day if she came home with him, right?
I just know that she was there in the afternoon.
Okay. But she was there when you woke up too. You said you told the
Yeah.
police officers that, right?
Right?
You wake up in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you always wake up in the afternoon?
Yeah, what's wrong with
Yes,
that?
I'm not a morning person.
Okay. And then she and Sean woke you up in the afternoon when he got home from work,
Yes.
and he came home from work in the afternoon at a bar that doesn't open till 5. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. In that first statement, you also said that after Jennifer was there, that Sean raped her multiple times,
Yes.
3 or 4 times,
Yes.
right? Okay. And that he made you climb. I think you just testified that he made you climax over her while she was laying there,
Yes.
right? And I think you said that he had to force you to climax.
Yes.
You mean he turned you on?
I wasn't turned on, but he forced me to orgasm.
The man in the boat just would not cooperate.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm not a doctor, but okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So when you first talked to him, you first talked to the police, you told him that he made
Dang,
you clean up
dude.
all the blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a little bit ago, you testified that after he did that, he went upstairs and he made you go down and clean up all the blood. That he went down and cleaned up all the blood and made you stay in the room. I'm sorry. That's what you just testified to, right?
Like, I cleaned a little bit of it up, but he went down and I'm assuming that he cleaned the rest
Ob-
up and
Objection?
grabbed the chain.
But that's not what you said the first time you talked to the police, right? You said that he made you clean up all the blood,
I
right?
didn't clean all of it up, just some of it.
Okay. And you'd agree that's different than what you said the first time,
Right.
right?
I don't think that's how that works.
I'm not a
And
doctor.
you also testified today that there's blood everywhere, or I know in one of the statements, and I'm starting to get confused now, you said there was blood everywhere,
Right.
right?
Where's Shay when you need her? Or Shay?
In what rooms
Yeah,
was
Cheyenne
there
needs to
blood?
watch
Was
this.
there blood everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
The downstairs area.
I know
sorry?
if you try and try,
Downstairs
you
area.
might
The
succeed.
downstairs area?
Yes.
So it was just splattered blood everywhere from because you're saying he was beating her with a bat,
Oh, dear.
right? And blood
I
spattered
don't. It
everywhere
was on.
in that living room.
It
Right.
I don't know if
Oh.
there's.
Oh, I thought he was saying, where's the CCTV footage that it was on?
No.
Oh,
Just the.
sorry.
Nobody can hear her, dear.
Yeah.
So we're not responsible for what the closed captionings pick up, ever.
I've got it boosted to like 400
Yeah, she's just. I mean, it's
and 2 mics.
and she mumbles. She barely opens her mouth to speak.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh, I could make a bad joke, but I
The
won't.
floor
Yeah.
area,
No.
Mhm.
at least.
Oh, welcome back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
You just testified that they were fighting and she was protecting herself with a fire grate.
She was.
You've never said that before either, have you? To any other officers in any of your interviews?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask you, in your first interview, did you say anything about her defending herself with a fire grate?
That's a strong
Did you tell the
word.
police that?
Mm,
I can't remember.
I'm kind of
Would-
annoyed
Would
by
you
her,
believe me if I told you you didn't?
but I like this
Maybe
defense
it was 10
attorney.
years.
Yeah.
yeah.
You didn't say anything about her defending herself at all when you talked to her, the police the first time, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, when people are fighting and there's someone defending themselves and someone swinging a bat, were they standing in one spot or moving around?
Moving around, I would think
What?
so. I would think they would be moving around.
You would think he'd be moving around. Okay. All right. Did you testify did you see it or not see it?
I mean, I had to go upstairs, and then by the time I came downstairs, that's when
He
I
hasn't
saw
got any hair.
Okay.
Yes.
So conveniently, whenever things are happening, you go upstairs?
No,
Take a
I
shower.
was
Or take a
made
shower.
to go upstairs. He told me to go upstairs
Okay,
because his mom was coming down to take her medicine,
right,
and he didn't want her to see it.
okay.
You are correct.
100%.
You mentioned that he was abusive to you really from the beginning, right?
Yes.
That's what your testimony is now. You said the first couple of weeks were good, right?
The first incident was the shower.
Okay. And so that first incident, do you remember what time of day was that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember what day it was?
No,
Do you remember what month it was?
no.
Remember what year it was?
6 years ago, dude.
2019.
I would think so.
I would think so.
Call the police,
No,
tell your neighbor,
no,
tell anybody,
no,
take any pictures,
no,
write it in a journal.
no.
What's 2 plus
What about
2?
the next time that he was
Scratched
abusive
onto
to you?
walls.
When was that?
Didn't tell anybody.
Didn't tell anybody?
No.
Didn't take any pictures?
No,
Didn't talk to the neighbors about it?
no,
Didn't call the
Asked and
police?
answered.
no,
Didn't leave?
no,
Whenever he was at work, were you chained to anything?
no,
No? Whenever he was at work, did he have a GPS monitor on you?
no,
Whenever he was at work, did you have an iPhone or a cell phone that he could track where you were?
no,
Were there locks on the outside of the doors or the windows that you could not leave the house?
no,
In fact, you did leave the house. You had pets.
yes,
And so you would let you go take them for walks,
yes,
right? You'd go visit neighbors, right?
Sometimes.
To go smoke pot or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Um,
It sounds like everyone over there smokes weed.
Over in the
Every
US?
trial, every witness, every
Oh,
testimony,
it's
just
it's
weed.
it's everywhere. I I'm not one of them, but like
No,
every state around me except maybe Kentucky. I don't know if Kentucky has yet or not, has legalized it. So people
same here.
here just go to Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, and bring it back.
Well,
But
they just give it on a script now.
yeah, like it's legal. It's like where my sister lives.
30 bucks to get a script.
It's legal. You don't have to have a script for it at all. Now, some states you still have to have a prescription for medical, but in a lot of states
Yeah.
it's just you can just have it. You can just have so much. It has rules, but the crazy thing, like when I was at my sister's last time in Minnesota, you could not even sit outside without it just being all over the smell, because I can't stand the smell of it
Oh,
in
it stinks.
the air. It was
Mhm,
everywhere. It was like, oh
mhm.
my gosh, I don't want this legal in my state. Even I already smell it when people pass me in Walmart. Like,
Yep, it stays in their clothes,
oh, it
everything.
smells so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, yuck. I don't.
Mhm. But what gets
So
me is why make it medical and then test for THC when you shouldn't be. It's not got any THC. In fact, some of it's quite strong. Stronger than
yeah,
normal stuff.
I don't know all the ins and outs and rules of it all. I just know that in order for my state to pass it, it will have to. It's going to be super, super hard for them uh, to get it on the ballot for people to vote on it, because there's so many people that have to vote on it first in the state legislature. But I don't want it to.
No.
I don't like when people get pulled over for. I'm like, okay, just write them a ticket, let it go. Don't take them to jail, which most part they do anymore. But it's everywhere. It is
A lot of
everywhere.
people actually, you're right, they use it for pain. But that's not something I'm prepared to try.
Not me. Not me.
Yeah.
Nope. I don't like it. I don't like the smell of it. I don't want to be
Mm,
around it. I don't
no.
want to smell like that. Yeah. It's crazy when you're just like driving behind a car, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get a contact high from you, just because the smell is just coming back, and you're hoping like you want to just tell every car behind you, it's not me.
Mhm.
It's not me.
Yep. I didn't actually realize her testimony went for so long, so we won't be doing the medical examiner today, I don't believe.
Okay.
It's what, nearly 3-hour mark. We'll see how we go.
You
But
can. You're right, Brie. You can get some as pain meds, because I remember when I worked at the
yes.
pharmacy there, I don't remember the name of it. We had one person that got it. And he asked me if I knew what it was. I'm like, no, I don't know what it is. The pharmacist told me here's your prescription. So I'm giving it to you. But then he
Mhm.
told me what it was. And I was like, okay. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they already don't allow people to do that within 6 to 8 feet of buildings, but yet you have to still walk through cigarette smoke to get into places. And I don't want to smell
Mhm.
like that either. And I'm not trying to be prissy. I don't want to smell like that stuff.
Yeah.
People don't follow the rules.
I'm even more old school bride, pethidine.
Well, I guess I'm no school. I've got ice.
On your ass.
I am sitting on ice. So ice or
Yeah.
heat,
Oh, your Tylenol.
that doesn't work. So I'm just doing ice and heat,
Mm.
but we'll be all right.
Do you remember telling the police the first time that you checked that after you were saying that Sean choked her, that you checked, that you were there and you kept checking her pulse? And I think that you testified to that too.
Yes.
Today you testified that you basically were there all night long with her, checking her pulse all night,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I think in that first interview, you said that you were checking her pulse because you were a CNA.
Yes.
You remember saying that? What's a CNA?
Certified nurse
A
assistant.
certified nursing assistant.
Asked it though.
And you worked at a place where elderly people were
Yes, for 2 years.
for a few years. For a few years, you were in charge of taking care of people, weren't you?
Yes.
And you had responsibilities,
Yes.
right? And you had to show up for work, and
Yes.
you had to get home, and you had to
Yes.
cash your check,
Yes.
and all those things, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're certified. That means you had to pass a test of some sort, didn't you?
I couldn't pass my test.
Then how'd you get certified?
I didn't. That's why they fired me.
That's why they fired you.
Yes.
Okay. But you worked there for several years.
Yes.
All right. And you basically did the same job as a CNA, even though you didn't pass the test.
Right.
Okay.
Good for you. Nursing home.
And they
wherever
trusted you to
were.
do that
Mhm.
Yes. Until I got fired.
until you got fired, but that's because you didn't pass the test, right? Okay. Now, you, in some of the descriptions of what happened, you were really specific about Miss Paxton's body and her tattoos.
Right.
You spent a good bit of time with her, didn't you?
Yes. We talked some.
Okay. And
I agree, Brian.
you were, I remember, do you remember when you were talking to the police and you were very descriptive about the injuries? You were very descriptive about the locations of her
She might just
tattoos.
come back.
You were very descriptive about places that
Clear.
maybe were cut or had the names of her children. I remember that. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me the epi-stat.
And you all had an open relationship, right?
You think?
Yes.
That was the idea.
Not
You
the
both had an
cupboard.
open
That was a
relationship.
close relationship.
Okay. And you had been with other people? You'd been with other women?
Just other women, yes.
And you texted Sean about wanting to be with other women?
It was his idea, like, he introduced it to me.
He introduced it to you?
Yeah.
You said you were into kinky sex stuff before you met Sean, right?
I was, but
Okay.
I've never, at the time, was with women and did it to that extent.
Right. But he introduced you to it and you liked it.
In the beginning,
Okay.
I kissed a girl and I liked it. Hope my boyfriend don't mind.
She's like, I check their pulse every hour, but I did not give them anything else, and they did not make it. I'm so sorry. I tried nothing. And I failed my test. I don't know why. Why am I not a CNA anymore?
They would have paid for all of that training and all of those classes and everything. And yeah, only to be let down at the end. Yeah, I know a lot of people that it does help eat a half, especially in palliative care as well. And I'm sorry about your dad. That's awful. But hopefully that it sounds like that did make it a little bit easier for him. And opiates don't work with chronic pain. Anything over 3 months, they do not work. Trust me.
Okay. So after 9 months of
their
the
own,
body
darling.
being in a
Whatever
freezer, you
works.
tell Mahogany. Now, Mahogany asked you about, you said something about your eyes, right? Bruises or something like that?
yes.
Okay. Now, when was the last time Mahogany was in the house before August 5th? Or when's the let me rephrase that. Let me scratch that, strike that. What when was the last time you hung out with Mahogany before that August 5th date?
I don't recall, but she was getting married on my birthday. And after she came back, that's when she noticed the bruise on my eye. Because that's when we got in a fight.
Okay. Now, when you got in fights, you hit him too, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't a one-way situation. It was a fight,
Yes.
right? It wasn't,
Why didn't
you
you
weren't
tell
cowering
me?
in a corner. You were fighting back,
Yes.
right? You hit him also, correct?
Yes.
Send the jury home.
Did you ever hit him first?
No.
Okay.
I hate how they make shit like that sound like it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's all right. Well, you know, we hit each other, so it doesn't matter.
Right. Right. It's
Nobody,
mutual.
nobody lays your hands on anybody. Nobody. It is not okay
Yep.
at all.
I agree.
So she got married on your birthday. When's your birthday?
April 30th.
When?
Tell you what, though, if you laid your hand on my kids, you'd take more than my hand.
I'm sorry. I would have kind of laughed if she
April
said April
30th?
31st because that doesn't
Or
exist.
So she got married on April 30th.
She
Around this.
was gone the week that my birthday was.
That's the week of April 30th.
Yes.
And is that, you didn't see her for 3 months until August 5th?
She came back, but I didn't tell her until later on.
Right. So she hung out with you for 3 months after she came back.
Yes.
So my question was, when was the last time you saw her before August 5th? And you said it was when she came back after being married on your birthday, which was 3 months beforehand,
Right.
right? So I'm going to ask you again, when was the last time you saw Mahogany before August 5th?
I don't remember exact dates.
Within the week? Y'all saw each other fairly often, didn't you?
Pretty much like every couple weeks, let's say.
Just every couple weeks? That's how often y'all hung out?
Yeah.
But she'd let you borrow her phone to text Sean anytime you wanted?
When I was with her.
Right. Okay. Because she's his friend.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Is it a good time? Is it?
When's the last time you had a job?
Oh,
I believe it was 2017.
2017?
Yes.
And after that, you basically depended on your boyfriends or fiancés to pay for your way?
Yes.
And what you would do is, I guess, what did you do? Provide sex?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, it was, even if it was kinky sex, it was stuff you were into.
Sometimes.
Okay.
did the butt plugs get you an extra night's accommodation or not? Did it put you in credit? Was there a credit system?
I got a bonus.
I got a get out of anus free card. Always Gabby when you need her.
Just missing out. Just missing out.
So Sean's a cook, right?
Yes.
And he had chef knives, right?
Yes.
And he took them with him to work, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he may have left them at the house then, right?
Right.
You don't know. But there were other knives at the house,
Yes.
right? Pocket knives or whatever, kitchen knives or other knives at the house, right?
Yes.
Even when Sean was gone.
Yes.
So we talked about,
Good morning, Tammy Majors. Welcome. Hello,
Hello,
hello.
Tammy.
Oops.
Hello,
Went too
Tammy.
quick.
How are you?
We are live.
We're live, but you
Alive.
might want to run away.
Someone's
doesn't-
not alive.
That is a perfect way to say it. She is very unalive in her
Yeah.
eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And her voice.
Gabby be
And...
mad. Yes. Yes. She's adynamic, very neutral.
Yep. Yeah. She's just I am just on the fence of feeling sorry for her to being tipped over to not feeling sorry for her. And that makes
Yeah,
me feel bad.
back and forth. Are you
Yes.
talking to me, Tammy?
Well, I do not have an accent.
I don't either. But you know, it was funny. I watched so much American stuff. When we did the that funny stream, I I found a 1970s police interview of a man in Queensland, an Aussie bloke that was getting interviewed for doing a nudie run. And he sounded ridiculous. And I said, I stopped the stream and I said to Gabby, do I sound like that?
I remember. I heard that.
Oh,
Tammy,
oh,
that
yes,
is
it's gonna be,
that's
it's gonna be,
Jody.
Give me-
That's Jody. Her channel is the Defense Rest,
Yeah, y'all.
and
Hang on. Give
you
me
check
un
it out.
momento, por favor. I need one more subscriber to get to 240.
Oh, there
One
you
more.
go.
Oh, yeah. There's the link. We're dual streaming, so we're streaming on both channels simultaneously because we are women
Magic.
and we can do it.
If you would have saw us before the stream started,
Even
would've
3 minutes before the stream.
you,
I can't
you
hear
would
you.
know. You would know we were lying.
Through our teeth.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. Thank you. No, welcome to you. Welcome. Yes. So this is the the trial for Sean Finnegan, and this on the stand now is his ex-girlfriend Rebecca Dishman, who participated in the unaliving of a third-party DNA contributor to the bedroom in their relationship, who was a night worker, who they eventually chained to the bed for a month, and then eventually he unalived her with a shoelace around her neck, and then put her in a freezer for 9 months in the locked cupboard in their bedroom. So welcome. A bit Cockney. Well, my dad's a Liverpudlian, so
Take your word for it. And yes, Brian.
yes,
That sums
absolutely.
sums it
There's
up.
heaps of different accents in the UK. Heaps.
I have watched a show that was in the UK, and it had people from different parts, and it's very different.
Oh yeah.
It's like the United States.
Yeah.
Wherever you get, these obviously Tennessee and South, except Florida does not count. They all have accents. Florida does not have a Southern accent.
Boston has
They got
accent.
too many northern people there. Boston,
Yeah.
the East Coast states definitely do. Indiana, we don't.
What annoys me is that when I
I'm
went to
just
the
kidding.
UK, everyone thought that I was from New Zealand. They think that us Aussies and the Kiwis sound exactly the same.
I have a friend from South Africa, and
South Africa.
yeah, he
Boss.
it's different. Y'all sound different, just
Y'all
like us
sound-
over here.
Yeah. And I'm not even putting on
Boston.
an Aussie accent. Right, mate. How's it going? How's it hanging? And that's exactly what this guy was doing on that stream. It was funny as. So he took off down through the scrub like this, and I knew he ran. His tackles were dangling everywhere. Oh, it was funny as. All right. And go.
Kind of stuff that led up to it, right? And then we have Jennifer being introduced to you in the morning or in the afternoon or whenever you woke up, right? She was either immediately hit in the head with a bat or she was there all day and ate breakfast, right? Okay. Let's see. She was either there chained to the bed for a month or for 2 or 3 days, right?
It was like 2 or 3 days.
But you told him a month the first time, right?
my
Okay.
gosh.
Mm. Sheep short in the top paddock, I told you.
Oh my gosh.
So let's talk about, after you got arrested, you go to jail, you write these letters. You start writing these letters to Sean, right?
Yes.
And you continuously write to him,
Daddy,
right?
please.
Until I assume your lawyers told you to stop.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so after that,
Wow, would they sue
some
that?
time's passed, and you developed a relationship with a corrections officer.
Oh,
Is that fair?
reliable witness.
I want to hear, is this relationship with the corrections officer,
Corrections officer.
is it real? I mean, if it is,
Is
he
it
should be in trouble,
imaginary?
or she should be in trouble. Whoever, I don't know what the corrections officer is.
Another
you know,
bad pause moment.
but she's in a relationship with everyone. Hey. Oh, wow, she's getting around.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
She's had as many fiancés as Elizabeth Taylor had husbands.
Oh,
She just didn't
Lord.
actually go down the aisle with them. They should thank their lucky stars.
Well, they had too many debts. They had freezers to pay.
Yes.
Okay. And that corrections
They rented all
officer
their furniture.
would leave his phone for you to take pictures?
On occasion.
Okay.
Yes.
And so it was a semi-sexual relationship.
Yes.
See, that
Right.
happens a lot with Tourette's too, and a lot of verbal impairments and stuff. Singing can really help. Just FYI.
But you believed it was a relationship.
He told
Although
me
Tourette's
that on the
karaoke is pretty
phone.
funny.
Okay.
That is true.
And then you found out that there may have been a couple of other girls that he was having that kind of relationship with, right?
I think so, bro.
And that
I
made you
think
jealous,
it's
didn't it?
the CO.
Made me upset.
It's the judge.
And it made you jealous enough to threaten those other two, to kill those other girls, didn't it?
I did say that, but I never meant it that I was going to actually kill them.
Right. But they didn't know that, did they?
It was like
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay.
I'll
I
sustain.
withdraw it.
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a jury charge in regard to that. And it's called evidence of other bad acts. If from the proof you find the witness has committed a bad act other than that for which he has pled, you may not consider such evidence to prove her disposition to commit such a crime. The evidence may only be considered to you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides a motive. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to show a motive of the witness for the commission of the offense charged here, or B, the witness's intent. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the witness actually intended to commit the crime charged. Such evidence of other bad acts, if considered for you for any other purpose, must not be considered for any other purpose than what was specifically stated.
Why does the law have to be so confusing? Why couldn't they have just said, if she's done some bad shit before, doesn't mean she's guilty now?
I don't know. And I don't know why they have to
come
write
on.
it in just such
God.
stupid
Oh.
and use stupid language about it. Just make
Yes.
it simple.
Yes. And
Just-
that's what I reckon half of the problem is. We've got, as I was saying last night, how many trials have we had that have had issues with either prosecutorial misconduct, juror misconduct, investigative problems, trial procedures? It's never ending. And it seems that it's happening more and more, even to the point where someone took a cell phone into the Ashley Benefield jury deliberations, and was texting her brother, who happened to be a YouTuber, right?
Right.
And I've forgotten where I was going with that. But
Well, and I don't know if it's happening more and more, or if it's just because there's more eyes on the courts now that it's being, sorry, my stomach is growling. We see it more and more. It's exposed. I don't know that it's happening any more or any less than it was. And then, but what I think is happening is now it's giving these judges excuses to say they don't want cameras in the courtroom.
yeah, no.
And that's not going to help the situation at all.
Not at all, no. That's the other issue where I was going. they make these jury instructions like they're 60 pages long, and the verdict forms are written in a way that, yes, the attorneys can understand it, the judge can understand it, but the jury has no idea.
Yep.
No idea.
Yep.
And the other thing I wanted to ask someone, if anyone can answer for me. All right, we've got this trial, okay? The defense has the burden, and prosecution has the burden of proving beyond reasonable doubt. Now, no doubt this would have gone to a grand jury, and their burden is what is it? Not probable cause. It's come on, Bri, do it, Bri, do it. Anyway, my argument is if the grand jury's level of doubt was raised to somewhat preponderance. That's right. Thank you, Bri. I knew I could count on you. Could be made somewhere between the preponderance and reasonable doubt, and raise that bar a little bit. Then surely all of these trials that are based on, speculation and, are factually innocent, that wouldn't allow them to come through to the system and waste the time.
Well,
Why is the grand jury such a low bar?
well, and the other thing about grand juries, I think only the prosecutors present evidence. So they're only hearing that side of everything.
Why? What's the point then?
I don't know what the point of it is, because it's like, if you put it in front of a grand jury, if they don't indict it, then you need to walk away.
Yeah.
But what are the chances, if you are only hearing one side of the evidence, that you're not going to? And then
you
people
only have to think there might be a little chance that it possibly could have been done. Of course it's going to get indicted.
Yep. And then people hear that and think, well, a grand jury heard all this evidence. No, they didn't. They didn't hear all the evidence.
And
I
they
don't
forget
think people
about the
know
innocent
that.
until proven guilty.
Oh, that's out the window.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely. That's out the window. But
they changed that and made that bar higher. I reckon that would solve a lot of that.
And they need to,
like 2 cents.
yeah, they need to write these laws in just plain English.
Yeah.
Not all this, now comes
Jargon.
before the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
On this whatever day of,
Yeah.
It's just, like Daryl Brooks, think about it. They read that 69 times because he had 69 charges. She had to read every one of them to the jury. I think there was 69. I think maybe he had a total of 72, but she had to read all of them, and they were so repetitive that they're not listening.
Yeah.
Because they know they're going to get him. I mean, in his case, they took him back, filled him out, brought back. They were only gone as long as it took him to fill out the forms. He was easy. There's video of you committing the crime.
Yep.
But yes, it gets so just like, oh my gosh, okay, we got it.
And I watched one trial. They had 3 different counts, and each count had its own specific guilty and not guilty verdict form. Each one. Simple, easy.
Yep.
Yet why didn't they do that in Karen Reid? Why? And why wasn't it explained to them that they didn't have to agree on all of them?
Well, and then in Benefield, from what I heard on that, that was a compromise verdict.
Yep. I think
that's
back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right. We'll keep playing. It's nearly done.
I would hope so. Good grief, this woman.
I think there's a small rebuttal.
Yeah, I don't know how you read.
Yeah, it's not far away.
You're gonna get him regardless.
Copy that chart.
And you already got her, so
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Judge. And so just
but this is
at the end. So after threatening, right? After you threaten these girls, then something something happened. The relationship maybe is going south or something, right? Or maybe you found out about the other girls. Is that what happened?
Found out about the other girls.
Okay. And so your response was to do what?
I decided it was best.
The comment in live,
So you turned him in.
comment in Law and Crime, is he Charles Manson's, where is it? Oh, I've lost it. Charles Manson's son.
Became the victim again, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep.
Oh, this one. Okay. I actually listened to the jury instructions on this one. There's 14 counts of different unalivings and sexual stuff. And they pretty much listed every possible lesser included under the top one in every count. Every one of them. Right down to, grievous bodily harm or aggravated assault. Yeah. They just spit them out. They're just, and then, don't scratch that word, put that one in.
Well, they don't want the loss most of the time. I
No.
think it's with the prosecutors. They just don't want the loss.
Yeah.
They want
But
to
it's
win,
not-
and it doesn't
It's
matter.
not a win.
But it is for them. It's a win.
Yeah.
They're in jail. They go to prison. They're gone. They can say that they got justice for this family.
Yeah.
And,
Did you the update on Ashley Benefield yesterday with the juror misconduct and the prosecutorial misconduct and the rest of it?
I had listened to over the weekend. I had listened to the lawyer. I had heard him talking about that.
I listened to Melanie Little go through
So,
it, and she actually thinks she's got a good chance.
Yeah, he went through it all. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Mhm.
But that was the judge that kept giving them their cell phones back anyway. Every time they would go to lunch or go to
Yeah,
break.
but remember when we were watching the trial and we were having a go at the prosecution, the two women, on how bullying and biased they were and horrible to her, when their job is just to present the evidence. That's it. You shouldn't have an opinion. You are there to present the evidence to a jury. They make the decision.
Well, and
And
that juror that was sending stuff out, she's questionable she should have ever been on the jury to begin with.
absolutely, yep. She was on a petition for DV against her.
Yeah, she was the person that did it.
Yeah. And it wasn't just small stuff either.
Nope.
Mm-mm. All right, sorry. We digress.
Sure.
Got my eyes on to Sean Finnegan's.
So, just so the jury's clear, you pled guilty to the charges that you faced. You pled guilty to first-degree murder and to kidnapping,
Yes.
right? And you were charged with the same crimes that Mr. Finnegan is charged with and is facing trial here today. And you were also served with a notice of the state's intent to seek the death penalty,
Yes.
right? And then you pled guilty. Your attorneys advised you, right? You got good attorneys, don't you?
Yes.
You do.
Very good attorneys.
You've got very good attorneys. And they advised you that it would be in your best interest to take a plea.
Yes.
And so you pled guilty to that.
Yes.
And in exchange, the state's is agreed to not, there's no death penalty, right? They took the death penalty off the table. So you saved your life.
Yes.
And your attorneys advised you that that was advisable.
Yes.
Okay. And that plea was sometime that was in September last year.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. So before you came in this morning to testify, first of all, you've testified under oath before,
Right.
right? And you've testified in this courtroom under
Yes.
oath before. And do you remember testifying last time that strike that.
Yep, verdict is in. We might have to watch that. His phone again. He's texting one of the jurors. It's probably media.
He's probably in relationship with her.
Mm. Oh.
Or she sees him texting. She's like, I know he's texting me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to be clear that whatever time of day that Jennifer Paxton and Sean got back to your house, on whatever day that was, whatever time of the year that was, that
It doesn't really matter.
you were there.
Time
Right.
of year.
That you were there for 9 months
Yes,
following,
yes,
and that you were alone most of the time.
yes,
And during the time Jennifer Paxton was there, you were alone most of the time.
yes.
That's all I have.
Yes, Sean.
I hope not, Brian.
When you were there alone, was there someone else in the house?
Alone.
Francis?
Did Frances communicate regularly with
No,
Mr. Finnegan?
she talked to him, but we didn't really have a relationship.
You two didn't have a relationship. Are you aware of how Mr. Finnegan knew what you were doing during the day if you weren't telling him?
I'm guessing that she watched me.
Objection to guessing.
Do you have any personal knowledge of Miss Frances giving information to Mr. Finnegan?
Objection to hearsay.
She may have personal knowledge based on
We'll just
other actions.
Yeah, ask her if she's got personal knowledge, not what somebody told her.
That was my question. Do you have personal knowledge or information, not something someone told you, that makes you believe that Miss Frances told Sean what you were doing during the day?
No,
Who told Sean that you left with Mahogany? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Who else was at the house when you left with Mahogany?
Just Francis.
Okay. So in any given day, the only other person at the house after Miss Paxton was.
She wasn't strong enough to pick up the dog chains and lead her around the house. That's why. Christmas miracle.
Murdered. That was
It
Miss
was
Francis.
just Francis and I.
Okay. Did you have a driver's license?
No,
Were you able to operate a car?
no,
Did you have a car?
Were
Now, you
in
had said
relationship
earlier-
with a car.
Some people
That-
are.
He had the
That's
freezer
thing.
turned
It is a thing.
with initially when it was downstairs with the doors toward the wall, correct?
yes,
Was he concerned with someone getting, you said he was concerned with somebody getting in that. Who was he concerned about?
his ex, Sarah.
And was that something where Sarah would come over
Yes,
at that
Don't
point?
bring him into this.
And this is somebody he had dated,
yes,
and you were aware of that.
yes,
Did you threaten Sarah?
no,
Were there any other women? There's been testimony here today that threesomes weren't abnormal and it was always another woman, correct?
right,
That's what you said just a few minutes ago. So were there other girlfriends that he had?
yes,
And they came into the house?
yes.
How many other women were in the house besides Jennifer while you were there? In and out, whether they spent the night, stayed, but
At least
relationships.
4,
Okay. Were any of those women murdered or put in the freezer?
just Jennifer.
Okay. Do you have a day planner?
What? What?
Do you know what I mean?
What? Hang on. I can't get over this. What's that? What's that? It's like a comb over bang.
She looks like a mannequin.
It's like a bang over.
She's got some heavy bangs. I
Oh,
can't say anything because I used to
yeah.
until mine decided that they needed to grow in different directions. But I didn't generally wear a heavy bang
I
like
used to
that.
have straight hair, and it was cut like straight across.
But she doesn't look
Yeah.
real.
No, sorry. Just putting
Yes,
that
Bri,
out.
her personal assistant does handle all her schedule, and they are in a relationship. And if she knows what a day planner is,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be shocked.
Uh-huh.
Why would she have one?
Do you have a day planner?
Yeah. What's she got to do?
Do you know what I mean by that?
Like a to-do list
Yeah. With like a calendar.
outside of jail or
Like when you lived at this house,
Doesn't
did
even
you
know what it
keep a
is.
calendar of your day to day?
no,
Did you have anywhere that you were scheduled to be at any given time?
no,
Working on, job that you had to keep that schedule.
no,
Your resume? Working on that?
Do you remember when COVID,
Nah.
when are you going to use the term COVID
Irrelevant.
yes.
hit? When was that?
Probably summer of 2019. At one point, Sean lost his job.
Okay. And that was because things were
She could have bought a
locked
car with all the
down
rings
or
if she'd warned
closed.
them.
And lots of schedules kind of got upended, right?
Yes.
At that point, yeah.
Not hers.
So you had nowhere where
No,
you needed to
sir,
be
She
working
ate all
every
the
day.
rings.
No,
You weren't
Ring pops.
volunteering anywhere.
no,
Didn't have any sort of
They
9 to
were
5.
really chiseled.
no,
Nothing to mark really the difference between one day or another.
no,
Okay.
They were invisible.
You talked about, and he talked about, watching crime documentaries or TV shows.
right,
And you talked about
What's wrong with that?
how
Did you dish
Sean
him?
came home with shower curtain cleaning supplies,
yes.
different things. Could you describe what he did with those?
Just out of reference, see that lovely sage colour jacket she's wearing? That's the theme of my kitchen.
That's what?
It's
What'd you
the
s-
theme of my kitchen.
Oh,
Sage and white.
I was looking like if you're watching all these crime documentaries, then you don't get away with it.
Mhm.
You're
gotta
not
hide
gonna
'em
get
better,
away
you
with
know?
it. You don't keep them for
Huh.
9 months.
Hide them better, y'all. Hide them better.
Ugh.
After he murdered Jennifer, he laid the tarp down, placed her body on the shower curtain, rolled her in it after bleaching her down, and then put her in the freezer.
Did you assist with that?
Yes.
That's right.
You talked about being there alone. It was just
Amen.
you and Jennifer. You've said that on
Hallelujah.
both direct and cross.
Right.
That you're there. Francis is there. Francis is
Right.
having good days and bad days.
Yes.
And you talked with Jennifer.
Yes.
You said at the end, when you thought that she was close to dying,
Yes.
that you talked to her.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was extremely anguished and I wanted to save my goodbyes
Why did you feel that anguish?
because I care about people.
Just not yourself.
Or
It's the
Jennifer.
one thing I taught my children is to have self-respect.
So there's been some talk about you being satanic or
Right.
Wiccan. And you said you were into
There's
it.
a difference between
What do you mean by that? What
Satan
did you do?
and wicked.
Yeah.
Through a phase as a
Yes,
teenager,
yes.
trying to fit in, and my dad was
Didn't you hear the defense attorney bring that up. Yeah, apparently she practiced satanic rituals and allegedly, but she denies it.
The ordained
Throw
minister.
that in there, shall we?
So I was kind of rebellious.
Okay. So you, to be clear, you weren't drinking blood
No.
or engaging in rituals as they were described by
No.
defense earlier.
Did you wear a hazmat suit at any point?
There's been some talk then of some letters.
Yes. What are you going to come up with in your wardrobe, Bri, for this trial, huh? Yeah. Yeah, let's see that.
That were sent back and forth between
Got
you
a
and
spare
Mr.
shower
Finnegan.
curtain.
Did you write a lot of letters to him?
Yes.
Jody, that's
Did
terrible.
you
Stop
express
it.
your affection for him in
Stop.
those?
Yes.
Do you ever recall him writing to you?
Yes.
He ever give you instructions on things you should do in those letters?
He had told me that I needed to tell the truth, and he was innocent.
And are you telling the truth today when you said you didn't do this?
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
When you said you were sorry for the lies and bullshit, what did you mean by that?
Like, not being a good enough girlfriend and not being good enough for him. Essentially, I wasn't ever worthy enough for him.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? I couldn't understand you.
I felt that I wasn't worthy enough for him.
Why is that?
I've always felt this way.
Well, that's obvious.
So when you say
And that's very sad.
lies and bullshit and you've always felt that way, you just mean in relationship to him and being a good girlfriend or submissive. Okay. You're not talking about the events
Objection.
of court today, are you? I think I'm re-summarizing what she said.
I don't think you need to re-summarize. So I think that may be leading. So I'll sustain the objection.
So we've talked about you entering a guilty plea.
Felix.
And why did you do that?
Because I feel that I am guilty. I have to live the rest of my life with it. I still have to deal with it every day.
Yes, you do. I doubt it, Bri. Especially not where she's staying.
Nope. But when you look at him, there's nothing soft.
There's
You
talk about
him.
again, the punishments that you had and the way he
can't
treated
picture
you.
a softness about him at all.
No.
Of him
You-
looking at you in a caring way that's, oh my gosh, you're just
The,
so handsome.
The very last victim impact witness that takes a stand is she was married to his older brother, and she met him when he was in his early teens, and she tells the story of his teenage years almost, and what the household was like, and you do get a sense of what he was like, and there was good in him, but yeah, they're both very, very broken, and I think he's hardened up to that now, and yeah,
She's
I
a
think-
follower. So
for sure,
She's
she's
gonna do
just
whatever.
grasping at any attention,
yep.
anything that she can twist into what she thinks is love and attention and personal fulfillment. But there's no one else can make you feel good about you. You need to be able to do that. No
Yep.
one else can do it for you.
It's always going to end badly for her.
Absolutely. She is a submissive for sure.
Oh yeah, she's definitely.
Yeah. But there was a reason she got there somehow. And
Yeah,
and that
that's,
she feels that she needs to be there.
it would be interesting to know what her home life was like before her parents passed
Prior.
away.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Maybe
to
that's
know were
something
they
we can
just like
follow up on.
overprotective, kept her
Mm,
in the shell, so she didn't know how to navigate the world when they weren't there anymore, and now she's out there. I don't know that I believe that. Something happened
mm.
somewhere
Maybe we should
to
see if we can find her trial
to
and have a look at it. I might have a look at that tomorrow. All right, let's continue before
And the way
nearly
mistreating
4
her.
hours. Goodness
Could
me.
you clarify for me when
Yeah.
you
True, too.
and when she,
Combination of all
chained.
of the above, I think.
specifically with Miss Paxton, how was she physically chained to the bed? Like, describe exactly how that worked.
She was chained on the footboard.
We don't have to
side of
listen to
the
this
bed,
again, do we?
And he used 2 padlocks, one on her neck and one for the other loop for the other end
2
of the
padlocks
chain
on her neck.
through the middle.
Is that the same or different than the way he would chain you?
Different.
And how would he chain you?
He would use it the same way, but he would lead me around the house like a dog, and at one point he inserted it vaginally inside of me.
So he used chain links for that.
The chain.
Yes.
Oh. Oh.
Have you ever seen the autopsy or the medical examiner's report for Miss Paxton?
I'm not sure.
Is that something
Yeah,
that
this has not been brought
in
up,
preparation for your testimony you looked at?
I don't remember.
not in direct or cross.
Do you remember pictures of Miss Paxton or a lot of medical information?
Yes.
Is that something that you looked at with your attorneys?
Yes.
You think that they gave you that in anticipation?
Maybe.
Okay.
Speculation. I swear he's got Parkinson's.
Did you have any information about what was in that report before you talked to the police?
No.
Because that would have been, you talked to the police August 5th and into
Yes.
6th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever told Mahogany every detail about the abuse that you had at the hands of Mr. Finnegan?
No.
Have you ever told the investigators every detail about that?
I believe so, yes.
So you believe that you gave more information as the case went on than you did in that initial disclosure? And you've given more information than you did to the police on that first interview, right?
Right.
Conceded that. Is that because that information is true or false?
It's all true.
Okay. And why were you giving those additional details later?
Because I knew that it had to be spoken or it would never be spoken.
Pass the witness.
As part of your plea agreement, you agreed to testify, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with the prosecutor to prepare for this?
I don't recall.
More than one?
I know, to have, I
More than
know.
two?
I'm going to get to that next.
Yes.
More
Yeah.
than three?
Not sure.
Okay. Or 3, 4, something like that, maybe?
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you met with him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the
Just-
last time you met with him?
No concept of time.
And what does
When's
it
the last time you
matter?
met with your attorneys?
Right.
Skip.
Week or a couple weeks ago.
Not
It
today,
sounds like she said wank.
Oh, she goes back again.
and a couple weeks ago.
Redirect.
You don't remember the last time you talked to the DA?
No.
Okay. But you remember amazing details from 4 or 5 years ago, right?
No, I guess that's his point.
Okay. They're different now than they were, but
Right.
okay. And so Sean wrote you letters,
Yeah.
right? And he wrote you letters and said, Rebecca, tell the truth,
Yes.
right? And you wrote him back and you said, I'm sorry for lying, didn't you?
I wrote him back, but
You just read the letter. You don't remember reading the letter?
yeah.
Okay.
I
'Cause
did write that.
it seems like maybe. Okay. You just read the letter that you apologized to him, right?
Yeah.
And he was writing you letters saying, tell the truth. That's all he wrote to you.
Yes.
Tell the truth, I'm innocent. And you wrote back, I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I put you in this position. Right?
No.
No? Is that the letter you just read?
I meant with the relationship.
Okay. And you just assumed he would just guess whatever you meant as opposed to it being a response to his letters.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
May I approach?
Sure.
Now, we've discussed that you wrote many, many letters, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote letters probably from the time you were taken into custody
Yes.
up till, yeah, have you ever stopped writing letters?
I eventually stopped.
You stopped writing letters to Ms. Finnegan.
Yes.
Was that after days, months, years?
Years.
Did you only talk about whether telling the truth or not, or sorry for lots of bullshit, or were there other things discussed as well?
There was other things.
And he wrote back
Yes.
and he discussed other things as well, didn't he?
Right.
So this was a correspondence that was going back and forth regularly.
Yes.
And did you always get every letter he
No.
sent to you?
No.
Are you aware if he received every letter you sent to him?
No. I'm not sure.
But you are aware that sometimes you said he doesn't get it. Sometimes mail's rejected.
Right.
And so sometimes you're writing letters and you haven't got a response yet from the previous one. Is
Right.
that accurate? And sometimes you have.
Yes.
To get a full picture of thing on what his response to this or that may not flow.
Right.
I'm going to object to reading again.
Can you recognize that letter?
One second, I'll sustain
All
the
right.
objection.
I'm going to stop
Thank you.
here. And I'm going to jump across to the police officer.
You got your wish, Bri. She made it stop.
I just want to, I don't know, I couldn't hear it. I had to
And
read
how
it
old
to
was
find.
Frances Finnegan? I believe she was in her 80s. Okay. And you got that information through your research with records? Correct. And you also were able to,
It was
during the investigation, you
testimony.
discussed the need assistance. And after all this happened, what happened with Miss Finnegan?
Miss Finnegan did pass away at some point once I became involved in this investigation.
Okay. So when the defendant, in August of 2020, when the body was discovered, what happened to Miss Finnegan?
She went to live with her daughter at that time.
And is her daughter alive?
No, she passed away as well.
Okay. But you were able to subpoena records to show the health condition and/or medications that Ms. Finnegan was on?
Yes.
And what were those medications?
She was on several medications to include blood pressure medications, medications prescribed for, I believe, anxiety and depression, as well as
Those prescriptions for her?
yes,
Communication between co-defendants, and I asked you generally about.
of Jennifer Paxton on either device.
Okay. Those people that,
Yes, it did.
and with regard to Tasha Perry as well?
Yes. Female friend of the defendant that would stay at his home,
Was that just with this defendant?
20s, late
And-
20s.
And you interviewed Tasha Perry?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Come on,
And
where
took
is
the
it?
phone and looked at all the different areas of both devices.
Here's Rebecca Dishman's body, not Jennifer Paxton's body, right? It's
Yes, that's correct.
Rebecca
Rebecca
Dishman's body.
Dishman's
You
body.
said Rebecca Dishman. I just wanted to make sure that I heard it right. And you talked to Tasha Perry.
Thank you.
It was how,
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so the question was Tasha Perry and Sarah Parks, your testimony, they
Of years before.
how they found her
this crime
and where they
occurred.
found her, her body.
that's all, Judge.
Thanks for sitting down. Please stay home. Pretty good.
Where is him?
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. So, what we'll do,
Damn it.
I think they brought it to you today. So, we won't take a full hour and a half.
Maybe it was this guy. Anyway, I can't find it. So basically, when they came to search the apartment, to obviously Rebecca had reported that she was in the freezer, in the closet, the bedroom. They went to search for her body, and apparently the place was like spotless. And he had a bed that had slats on it. And what he'd done is he'd taken her body out of the freezer and he had manipulated it into and under the mattress, under the slats of the mattress, and then put the mattress and bedding on top, cleaned the freezer out and put an empty pizza box in it and closed the cupboard back up again. And it just so happened that this particular, I thought it was that detective, but noticed that the place being so pristine and spotless, there was like a bump on one of the corners of the beds that didn't look right. And yeah, that's how he discovered where she was.
And that's my point. If they've been watching all these shows, it is the smallest little thing that gets you caught. It's that stupid kind of stuff. You're not going to get away
the
with it.
lengths that he went to try and conceal it, even after that.
Yep.
You know. So
I mean, it's
yeah.
Obviously, if you do anything like that, you're not thinking clearly.
No,
and
no.
you're going to mess up.
Yeah.
Period.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know about her. I don't know because I don't know enough about her. But yeah, Tanya. Carmen, why are you awake?
Carmen.
Well, apparently it's really hard to dig a hole in Tennessee. A lot of limestone in the ground. So maybe it's rocky. I don't know. Let a bear eat her. I don't know.
What did you want to do the medical examiner or leave that for tomorrow?
It's up to you.
Let me see how long it goes for. Day 2, she's on. No, day 3 must be.
But I will say, after that cross-examination, I do think they were both involved.
Oh yes.
So I think her what she's serving is just. I think she was more involved than what she is saying she was.
All right, so the medical examiner starts there at what's the hour? 5. Oh, Lord, I can't even see that. 5:17, and she finishes.
Brian, she got life plus 50 years.
It's
woman-
2 hours.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, we might leave that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Me thinkum. So tomorrow we can do the medical examiner and then the second phase, which is pretty much the 5 testimonies, which is just over an hour. They have a very, very quick opening, and then we'll do the medical examiner, then the verdict, and then the second phase and verdict. So it'll be maybe 3.5 tomorrow.
Adair, because you're chatting on Jody's chat, and some people are chatting on my channel and my chat, but Jody and I can see both of them.
Yeah.
So you can't see what people are typing. There's Gabby. You can't see what people are typing in my chat, and they can't see what people are typing in Jody's chat. Some people are jumping back and forth. But that's why nothing's being censored, or I haven't seen
she
anything.
got more than that, Bri. She got life with 50.
So Brian, the woman from Daniel Garcia, the mom of Dominic, she got 15 years was all she got. So we were talking about that earlier, but yeah, she there's Flash fan.
Oh, Flash fan.
I was wondering where you were.
I mean, at the end. Oh.
So don't forget, I will be at my dad's tomorrow. So I will be. So if we start at 8 again, if you want, I can be here then for most of the medical examiners stuff.
He was really interesting, actually, really interesting, especially with the dummy and the displays. But yeah, it's a 2-hour, and she's Russian, so you have to sort of concentrate.
Really listen.
Yeah.
I can't speak for the people in the chat, Adair. I can speak for me, and that's a no.
I said nothing.
So, let's clear that right up.
Yes, her testimony went way longer than I thought it was only an hour and 40 minutes, but no, we're hitting the 4-hour mark, and that's capping it for me.
I wouldn't say you missed it.
Yeah, no. You missed a lot of laughs. Sometimes
the
you have
defense
to laugh,
attorney,
don't you?
I like him because he can
Yes.
make you sound stupid with not coming at you harsh.
That's what I need to watch tomorrow. That just his closing argument, because it is really good. Really, really good.
Because he doesn't come at you so aggressive.
He sort of he gets up there. He does get up there.
Like, I don't know if you were did you watch the defense attorney cross-examine the mom the other day in that sentencing? Because he came after both moms really hard. The one when so this guy seems to be able to like call you out on when you're saying something wrong without just being like hit you
with
in
the
the head.
sarcasm, that little hint of a snark.
Yes, and make it like, okay, you're wrong. And so I do like him on that. I was telling my husband last night about the bales of Mary Jane. $10,000. I said, all I could picture was us when we used to get hay, when we had to put hay up for the horses and the cows. We just had all these bales, throwing them up. Yes, Tanya, we're not being that. That is important.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
dear me.
Oh, so anybody that's here that has heard about my back, I just didn't do it this morning because I was waiting for you guys to get here. Saw my neurologist yesterday, waiting. Hopefully they're going to be able to get an MRI scheduled. I really need the MRI. Then they will know what is going on with my back. So kind of in a holding pattern on that until I see what's going to happen. So I need my insurance to just behave and say yes. As far as my dog goes, I also got the results back from her. That vet actually called while I was in seeing the neurologist. So that was great because I couldn't answer.
Well, it always comes at once, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I'm like, oh, great, I can't answer. But I called back, and the vet actually answered the phone because he saw my name come up, which I thought was really nice of him.
Aw.
But she does have skin cancer. It is not, all her blood work is great. It's nothing showing up in her organs. There's no inflammation showing up anywhere. It
Excellent.
is just a spot. But because she's 10 and a half, she cannot go under general anesthesia to remove it. And he said he would have to remove a huge area to make sure he got it all, but she wouldn't probably wake up from that. So we are not doing it. She's just going to have this thing on the side of her because we can't remove any of it, because then he said if we mess with it at all, we could tick it off and then it could really just take off.
They're often really vascular and just could spread really quickly. Just
Yes.
leave it.
So we are leaving it alone. We went out to dinner with Brandon, Bree, and Madison last night. When we came home, she was really, really playful. Like as playful as I have seen her in a very long time.
Awesome.
So she's feeling good. She had a round of antibiotics. She's got some steroid cream that I put on that. She's feeling good. So as long as that little spot, it's gross looking, it's on the side of her. It doesn't hurt her. She lays on it. She's not, I like, is she going to rake it off somewhere? He said, no,
Yeah.
like it's not going to come off. So as long as that area behaves, she's good to go. She is, like I said, she's feeling really, really good. So I told him that there was no way that I could bring her in to do anything final, because I felt like I would be robbing her of life. Her mom lived till she was 11. She has till the end of January to hit that mark. I don't know if she will or not, but she's at least going to get the chance from me to do that. If she takes a turn,
and she's not in pain,
then we'll discuss from there. So for her, she's good right now. For me, I'm waiting still.
Well, that's taken a bit of the pressure off you too, to not have to deal with all of it at once as well. So
yes, it does. It does help. I mean, I told him when he called, I said, I know what you're going to tell me. I already know, but here's, so go ahead and tell me. And then I'm going to tell you how she has been. And he was 100% on board with everything that I said. And he's like, we can even, if something happens where that gets oozy, for lack of a better word, or anything, we can do another round of antibiotics. And, we don't have to, we can't really do anything invasive. So as long as she's eating, drinking, happy, and she is extremely
dogs can
happy.
take anti-inflammatories as well. I think they can even take the meloxicam that we take.
Yeah, he asked me if she was on anything. I'm like, she's not on anything, but he didn't see anything.
So, no,
like,
but you've got another step to go if you need to.
Yeah, she's not, for her age and her breed, she's well. If she didn't have that thing on her, I mean, it's a thing. I can cover it up if I have to.
Is it on a light patch of fur or anything like that, or?
Oh no, it sticks up like about that high off of her.
Yeah, but
fur.
is it, because a lot of animals that have the white nose and stuff often get them on their noses and what have you. Is it a lighter shade of her coat where the thing is?
It's a weird thing.
Tan color though, isn't she?
She's black.
Okay.
Her face is white only because of her age. She used to just be solid. The tan one is my youngest one. But no, this thing, it's unnatural looking. It's foreign looking. That's why I knew, like, it's a I don't know how to explain it. I just knew it wasn't something that was okay. I knew it wasn't a cyst because there's different parts to it, and the way that it scabs is a very flat circle. it's just odd. It's not anything good. I knew it wasn't, but as long as it just doesn't do anything, and the other dogs leave it alone, which
Yeah.
now that
Well,
the infection is gone, they don't care about it. So
as Bryce said, you can put, a nice jumper over it and that will stop the other dogs from licking it.
I actually, because we tried the t-shirt, but because of where it is on her neck, you can't keep it up high enough. So I took a couple of headbands that I had that were too big, that were just too stretched out or whatever. And
Mhm.
so part of them is like a thin elastic part, and then the other part you can open.
Yep.
So I put both of those on her because one was a little tighter than the other, and would open those up to keep them in place. And that worked out really well. It wasn't uncomfortable for her, wasn't cumbersome. She tolerated the t-shirt. It just would not.
Yeah.
It would just want to be at her shoulders. It wouldn't stay up high enough on her
Mhm.
neck. And so then I saw those, and I don't use them. So I haven't had it covered since, I don't know, Wednesday of last week. I took them off because I needed to wash them, and they're doing
You put a
okay.
bit of gauze with some Vaseline on it and then put the headband over it so that it doesn't stick.
Yeah, it doesn't. They're real thin material, so it hasn't stuck to it at all. I haven't noticed that at all. I had to just, because of we took her to the vet and how open it was, then I had to keep taking them off to wash them because she was
Yeah.
she was bleeding.
Mm.
So, but she's not now, and there's nothing coming out of them. It's not sticking to them in any way. So, like I said, as long as she just keeps going, she can
Yeah.
keep going. I hope she hits 11 and keeps right on rolling. But I am realistic. So
Where did that
there's
come
that.
from? Adair? Like left field.
Well,
uh
Adair,
huh.
if you haven't gotten sick by now,
It's not going to happen.
it's not going to happen. Food
No.
poisoning hits you hard, hits you fast, and
Ye-
you don't stop it. So
apparently,
we should be
Jennifer
good.
Paxton was 35. There you go. Sorry.
That's okay.
Hmm. All right. Shall we wrap on up and
Yep.
continue this soiree tomorrow? Same
That is
time, same
fine
place,
with me.
same channel.
That is fine with
12
me.
hours. Yeah.
Really? I've had it
I
when
thought
I
it was like
know
3 or
mine.
4. You
I've
must
had
have a
it hit
cast
me
down in
within like an hour. Like I ate something, I kind of knew it was funky,
that.
and it was like it was very fast. I had to use a gross gas station bathroom because
Ew.
I had to get sick. Think
Mhm.
it was
Yeah.
awful.
Bri,
Sorry to
check
gross
your
y'all out.
emails. There's a couple of new tunes there for you. Thanks, Splash Fan. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for joining us, and for being patient, waiting for us to come back, being unwell. We old farts.
We are. We're getting there.
Yeah. So, it's nice to be back and nice to have a laugh. And it was really nice to play our intro because it's way better than my old one. I really need to update it. I like it way better. Cool. All right. Thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you to the replay crew. Thank you to the mods. They're awesome. You rock. Even if they do go out for breakfast and do laundry and stuff whilst they're.
It's all right.
Yeah,
It's all right.
it is.
Or
Smash that
sleep.
like and subscribe. You know you want to. Come become part of the fam. It's free. We love it here. You'll love it here.
Trust us.
Famous last words. All right. And again, Saturday night, adults only stream, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Grandma, as nicknamed, who was an adult phone worker, and she tells all. Mm. Live.
Grandma's
All right,
great.
Dylan.
All
Good
right,
to
go
see
get
you
some
again.
sleep.
Mwah.
You too.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
And with that, we bid you adieu. Bye.
Bye.
Dee and Debbie here. Filled your screen with